Alright folks, welcome to tonight's Not So Stock Gaming Open Bracket Tournament. Yes, we are 30 minutes behind here. We had a few issues in getting things started up, so we did need to leave that check-in period open for an additional 30 minutes to ensure that everybody who wanted to play was able to play this evening. I have picked a round 1 matchup here. It's going to be Return of the Teemo versus Keyman Jizza. It's going to be the I matchup on the bracket. Speaking of the bracket, I will get the tournament page posted back into Twitch chat for everybody momentarily. Waiting on just 2 members from Keyman Jizza to get themselves into this round 1 lobby, and then that matchup will be underway. Remembering, folks, that with the half-hour delay, matches allowed to start at 7:30. That is officially 3 minutes ago, according to my computer at least, meaning matches now have 12 minutes remaining to get themselves started. That's going to be all matches with 2 opponents showing in the bracket. Looking like anybody with a bye into round 2 does not have an opponent, so those matches will need to wait for a round 1 game to conclude, which is kind of unfortunate for them. As much as they do start a little bit farther into the main structure of tonight's event, they don't get a chance to play in the secondary tournament should they lose, as it is for only the first 8 teams to be defeated in legitimate combat. And it's looking like we have looks like about 12 round 1 games here right now. Also, guys, it is a little bit unfortunate, but we don't have a shoutcaster. At least not for our first match of this evening. I believe Brick Panzer may be joining me a little bit later on in the evening, and we'll both potentially be coming back to shoutcast the semifinals and finals matches as we get into round 4 and 5 of tonight's tournament. But until then, we may have a few silent matches. I'll try to be around as much as I can, but I've got a number of things I need to get to this evening. Again, I do apologize for this. We are always looking for more shoutcasters, more mods, more admins. If you'd be interested in volunteering with Not So Stuck Gaming, we would love to hear from you. And again, guys, looking to get this round 1 matchup started, just one more summoner needing to enter the lobby, and then we will be underway. Again, it is Return of the Teemo on the blue side with Keyman Jizza on the purple side. Alright, guys, and again, I'm unfortunately gonna have to leave you here, gonna go deal with a few admin things. Maybe go take my dog out like I'm supposed to be doing. She is not happy with me right now. Again, guys, round 1 coming up, and I shall return. Alright, guys, looks like Team Keyman Jizza is actually going to be waiting a little while, potentially, on their 5th member. So, since I'm here, at least for a few more minutes, I can talk you guys through the start of tonight's tournament, because I know, at least I love the sound of my own voice. Again, guys, this is a Not So Stock Gaming open bracket tournament, meaning that any summoner, as long as they have enough champions to enter a draft mode queue, is allowed to participate. Our round 1 game here is Return of the Teemo on the blue side, and assuming they get their full roster out here, it will be Keyman Jizza. On the purple side, all matches in round 1 will be starting concurrently, or as close too concurrently as possible. Again, guys, matches starting between 7:30 and 7:45 due to that half-hour delay. Normally we start at 7, ending at 7:15 for those first matches start times, but we had some admin errors. We had some issues with getting things set up properly, I guess, today. I forgot to activate check-ins. I forgot to close registration. So, with teams registering late throughout the day, and of course, I forgot to send out the check-in reminder email until about 6:30 as well. But again, I got home. I got that done. We had a little bit of a delay so everybody could get themselves checked in, and we're now starting everything up, or at least trying to start everything up. And again, guys, matches needing to start between 7:30 and 7:45. I'm just going to head over to the bracket here, see exactly how many teams we have playing this evening. Looks like 26 teams with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, so 10 round one games. Looks like we're going to have 2 teams in round 1 who won't actually make their way into the secondary bracket, even though they will lose those round 1 matches. Of course, guys, that secondary tournament is just, it's like an added bonus. You come in, it's a big event, you get knocked out really early, you got a second chance. So back to things here, still waiting on that member from Keyman Jizza. Looking down the team names here, I'm seeing a lot of familiar names coming out. Love to see the repeat contenders coming back, trying to defend those titles, or maybe make it a little bit farther up the tournament structure in the next weeks. I also love to see new names coming through. Like to see new contenders trying to throw a bit of an upset into the matches. Of course, by upset I mean beating those previous champions, not BMing everybody, because we never like BM. And so many friend requests. Hello, friends. Alright, we have a 5th member of Keyman Jizza into the lobby, guys. Also not really seeing too much in Twitch chat right now, so I believe all those matches getting themselves started up. Again, guys, if you have any difficulties reaching your opponents, feel free to let us know. There's about 6 minutes remaining for all these matches to get themselves started. If your opponents don't field all 5 of their summoners before that cutoff, you are free to report a win. And depending on how many teams, or if any teams I should say, are waiting in the wings with a late check-in potentially, we'll get those swapped out for other teams that are waiting. Otherwise, you'll be advanced into the next round. But with that, guys, we are into champion selection, and as I said, I've got a few things I've got to try and get done, a few admin issues to look into as we start this up. Gotta take that poor little puppy out for a walk. So, enjoy our pick and ban phase, and in about 5 minutes or so, we'll be heading ourselves onto the Rift, where you guys can enjoy round 1 of play here for tonight's Not So Stock Gaming Open Bracket Tournament.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Thirty seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has reconnected. Executed. Legendary. Red team's turret has been destroyed. Legendary. Disconnected.
Vengeance is at hand.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Not
30 seconds until minions spawn.
all angels are
Minions have spawned. Executed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Ace. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Has been destroyed. Shut down. Turret has been destroyed. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. kill. Rampage. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. even come close. team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's
Alright, guys, we are heading into. Oh, there is some reverb there. Gonna be turning that one down, I guess. Alright, guys, just getting a new setup tested out here. Brick, you are now unmuted. Hopefully, I'm not picking up too much off your microphone. Looks like I actually might be, guys. So let us know if we echo too much. I'm going to try and do a little bit of a sound quality check in the background as well here.
Are working two mics in proximity to each other. So
Yes, going to get my Skype set on the computer down. We're actually using two computers to put our mics together because last week we used one computer and one microphone. I didn't get a chance to actually get a good desk mic, so we want to make sure that we actually, end up giving you guys a decent sound quality here. So again, guys, going to be doing some quality testing while we get ourselves into the semifinals. Let us know how we sound. Let us know how things look. Of course, though, I suspect they look excellent as they have all night long.
I'm hoping it's good. Wouldn't be too well to join in for these last games, and having the casters at sub quality. When you've been enjoying the silence all night yourself.
All right, there we go. I've gotten my Skype down, so I'm not going to hear some weird double talk in the background. Let's see how stream sound is doing here. I'm just going to turn that up a tiny bit here. I think sound alright to me. So again, guys, in Twitch chat, let us know if there's any kind of weird reverb, any kind of sound issues. We'll try and adjust our volumes to make it, more acceptable for everybody.
Just apparently waiting on some food and medicine to get fully onto the blue side. As we see, we have our challenger team successful and not being. I didn't quite catch enough of the previous games to give any solid consensus, but I definitely expect a challenger tier team to put out amazing performances.
Indeed. I didn't catch much of the last round, but I knew the two teams that were playing, and I expected a pretty great game. And from that turret score, it seems like Faxon's team here, or Senjetsu's team, I'm not sure who's actually in charge there. Their team name is El Matador, as we do have the Poontangs on the blue side with El Matador on the purple side for this semifinals matchup. Seems like El Matador did very, very well in that last game. And of course, their opposition wasn't exactly a low-level team, though all their summoners sitting in Diamond in their team actually achieving a challenger in the 5v5 queue last season.
Looks like we do have a challenger tier on the blue side as well. Kazahana.
Indeed, it should be an interesting matchup here. I'm looking forward to a great game as we're into our semifinals here. Things start to get a little bit more balanced. And again, guys, we are waiting for one more member here from Team the Poontangs. Also, looking down at the bracket, seems like the other semifinals matchup isn't even nearly ready to go, with Colin Endo is the best facing off against Metal is Hard in a quarterfinals match, and Inertia Gaming is still waiting on their opponents from round 2. To finish that game, going to be double checking on the bracket there, make sure everything is gaping itself up to date.
Yeah, looking as though the consistency of, say, Team El Matador?
Indeed, El Matador.
El Matador, their consistency sort of putting them ahead of schedule tonight. The other games quite not going at the same pace.
Indeed. Saw some really quick games in round 1 coming out from Return of the Teemo, and it seemed like El Matador was sitting there waiting already in the quarterfinals when El Teemo, I apologize, Return of the Teemo made their way there as well.
Thank you, Sanjetsu, for that info update.
Indeed, summoners do have a time cutoff, technically, before they can be disqualified from getting themselves into the lobby. But as we have gotten into the semi-finals here, the summoner is sitting in a Spectre slot, just getting themselves prepped for the match. We could allow a brief time extension here. We do want to keep things as tight on schedule as possible. But again, with the upper half of the bracket looking like it's lagging well behind where we're at, we could afford a bit of a delay here. And again, Twitch chat, let us know how we sound here. And again, guys, this is our open bracket tournament. We are heading into the semifinals. We have Team the Poontangs on the blue side, just waiting on their 5th member to make himself ready. And they're facing off against Team El Matador on the purple side. Alright, getting reports that sound quality is good.
Thank you for those compliments, Alpha.
And again, guys, heading into round 4 here for tonight's open bracket tournament, just waiting on all summoners to become available again. Also looking into the other half of the bracket, as it seems like we've got 2 teams somehow stuck in round 2 right now.
Alrighty, hopefully be getting into this game soon.
Alright, guys, again, heading into round 4 here, still waiting on Quelly Darling. Quelly Darling, oh, Quelly Darling. Wherefore
Quelly,
art thou, Quelly
darling, what kind of food and medicine could you possibly need that prevents you from joining your team? Yeah, we both are. Dark Spirit, of course, much more impressive than mine. I unfortunately am cursed with blonde upper lip hair. Sort of, you take a look and it's like, was he, drinking some juice? Is there just some bad shading? Oh no! It's some sort of mustache. But Dark, of course,
Indeed.
having the full lumberjack.
Indeed, I've had my beard here since I'd say last November. Started growing that mustache, and the lady was like, "Hey, you know what? Don't shave the beard." And I was like, "Fine, guys." And now, I mean, I have a facial cover to match my winter coat that I wear permanently. But enough about me. Again, guys, we're heading into the semi-finals of tonight's open bracket tournament. Just waiting on Quelly Darling.
Trolling. Waiting on the troll kid. But we will have to be getting into this round soon.
Alright, looking like Big Nose Banker says that Quelly Darling has actually returned and within the time limit, so we will hopefully see him moving up to that blue side roster momentarily. And then, guys, we will be into round 4 of play for
Here we
our
go.
semifinals matchup.
Alright, we have a ready from Kazahana and Alpha. So we should be getting into this team select momentarily. Champion select. My goodness.
Indeed, currently sitting in our team select. Technically looking forward to our pick and ban phase, though, as we get things moving forward. Looking for both sides, Nadiberry. And there we go. Sanjutsu says they're good to go.
And here we are, into this 4th round champion select. See Rek'Sai being the first ban from the blue team. And Vi quickly followed up by Nidalee. So some very strong junglers banned out there. I myself have not picked up Nidalee or Rek'Sai, but Rek'Sai has just huge amounts of map pressure with her ultimate. Vi, of course, my main. She's just a phenomenal jungler. If you can snowball after picking up your jungle item, I go for the Chilling Smite with Warrior Enchantment. You can pick up a Trinity Force after that with Vi. She's virtually unstoppable.
Indeed, and seeing those early jungle bans, I kind of wonder if they're trying to target ban Faxon, though I think his main was Lee Sin back in the day. I asked in the lobby earlier, and nobody from Purple Side answered me. Maybe Twitch chat knows the answer. Is Faxon still technically on that TSM roster?
Anyway, seeing Irelia and Ari followed by Sivir as the final bans. Irelia very strong in the top lane. Has been for a while, especially those who know her. See Lissandra being hovered over by Kazuhana. Also a strong top lane. Might be seeing that picked out first. Always going to be interesting to see a player have enough confidence in themselves to first pick a top lane, especially into a challenger team.
Indeed, I wonder if Lissandra will be top or mid for them, though. We did see a Lissandra in a previous round. I do believe you're correct. It may have been a top lane Lissandra. She does play in the current meta up in that little lonely island quite often. Also looking over at Senjutsu and Biak Uax D to select their champions here. Annie being, I was going to say hovered over, but pretty much insta-locked. Also the Scion pick here. I believe we saw these in the last round of play, but again, guys, unfortunately, I've been busy most of the night. I didn't catch the entirety of that last game.
And we see Graves locked in on the blue side. Very strong. My favorite ADC at the moment. Albeit I am a poor Kalista, so she might be, is yet available for the red side. The Annie, of course, strong can be taken mid or support. Probably, would you say mid, Dark, or support for this Annie?
That's a tough question. She's really strong in both of those positions. I've even seen Annie play it quite successfully in the top lane, so wondering what they're going to do here with her.
I think it's going to be Sion top. I think that's definitely strong. We see a Maokai, so it could be Lissandra mid, Maokai top. Could be Maokai jungle.
Could top lane, or he could be in the jungle, as you just said.
Could be in the jungle. Not Maokai usually not taken to the jungle in this high level of play, though. Even though he is a strong potential jungle, you see the Fizz hovered. So
love to see some Fizz jungle here. He does have a smite currently, but I doubt it's actually
probably
Fizz
mid.
jungle.
So if we see a Fizz locked in here, it'll probably be Annie support. But we see a Heimerdinger.
No, this is going to be Fizz jungle if these get locked in the way they're standing.
Yes. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Paxton hovering over the Ziggs pick here, looking to select the mid lane for Team El Matador. We do believe Sion will be their top laner. Annie, we're supposing now locked in as the support, so just looking for an ADC from Notice Me, please. You have been noticed, my man. And again, guys, that does leave Fizz as their jungler if this gets finalized.
See the Xerath hovered. Xerath, not seen as much, I would have, maybe more expected a potential LeBlanc pick, but the Xerath, of course, very strong. If Snowball.
With Lissandra mid here, it's actually going to be a really strong pick for him. He will outrange her. He has the stun to trade with her. And he does a decent amount of damage.
That is true.
Lissandra without huge amounts of mobility aside from the... I guess the one skill does grant her a bit of mobility, but
yes.
It is really predictable. Meaning Serath's going to have a great time landing some ultimates, potentially.
Yes. Yep. For sure. So it looks like it'll probably be Jarvan jungle, Maokai top. We see the Janna, very strong support. So that's going to be an interesting what ADC they will pick into that bottom lane. Janna, of course, with the knockup, going to play really well into Graves' smoke screen. Because if Graves, with the knockup, Graves knows exactly where to place his smoke screen and start getting in that DPS.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about the synergy from these bottom lane pairs, though. Janna, a great poke lane supporter. Graves, huge for his burst, great for some all-in. Annie, great for all-in, a decent amount of range. Caitlyn, huge range and a lot of poke. I was kind of expecting more of an all-in ADC pick, like a Vayne or potentially a Kalista, to synergize with the Annie pick early on.
However,
but we'll see how they use these.
Just because of Annie's easy availability of a stun, just... Stun, pulls over Peacemaker, Caitlyn's got the range over the Graves. Her ultimate also definitely works against him. Because Graves is very good at disengaging, but the Caitlyn ultimate can follow up on that. And just... Pew. So the Graves definitely going to be looking more to go all in on the Caitlyn and get his ultimate off for her.
Indeed, once he starts running,
Huge
it's going to be a
burst
rough
damage.
situation for him. Caitlyn has the non-cap to try and keep her in range, throw an extra pillage from Misa, as well as ace in the hole, as, you know, that extra ace in the hole.
Actually, it's interesting for me because I consider Graves in different situations relying on damage per second, but also he's extremely bursty. I've definitely, you know, had Kazakhs come in, think that they could take me down, and I just throw off a Q and then my ultimate, and because he was half health, down for the count. You know?
Indeed, Graves is a great all-round champion, I find. He has a really huge damage output potential, and is a great burst champion, capable of just chunking people down almost instantly. Great for supporting almost any jungler in their ganks. Of course,
Absolutely.
Caitlyn, also a really strong pick. I mean, we saw her fall out of favor, but again, she does do a large amount of damage, focusing on building AD and maybe a little bit of crit, as opposed to doing, for the attack speed, we may see Graves focusing more on.
Yeah, definitely. Caitlyn at this level of play is going to be using her Yordle traps to a level of which I'm not capable. So that'll be interesting to see, because she's going to have to be able to use that. I feel like a lot of people might avoid Caitlyn just because of that Yordle traps and sort of not knowing exactly where to put them.
Indeed, it can be a bit of an interesting situation, though she's kind of like Nidalee in that manner, just placing your traps, you know, at the edges of bushes where you think your enemies are going to be coming in at you, using them as an early warning, early detection system. Maybe, you know, you're low on wards, your trinket's not quite back up on cooldown yet, but if you throw a snap trap into the river bush, throw one into the edge of the tri-bush, and then keep one in that bottom lane bush where your enemy would have to walk over it to really make a safe entrance onto your side. It gets you a little bit of additional security.
Yeah, you do place them at the edges of the bushes, because once inside the bush, they can see them. So.
Also, we've kind of neglected the top and mid lane matchups here, though. I guess we commented on the Lissandra and Serath. I do believe that goes in favor of the Serath, but if Lissandra can stay in range and get some poke down, or get some punishment down onto Serath's formidable auto attacks, and form just landing a few of her abilities, she may be able to pick up an early advantage. In the top lane, we have Sion into Maokai. Maokai, a really great sustain champion, but Sion, more or less in the same situation. There should be more or less a slugfest from both sides up there.
He's got sustain and damage output with his shield. Also, he's got poke with his roar. I'm not familiar of which keys are normally bound to those abilities. I do own Sion myself, but I've not really. I played him once since the rework, and I got owned, so I haven't.
His W is his shield. His Q is the cleaver that he throws, or whatever he throws.
No, it's a roar. It's a roar. Mundo throws his cleaver.
Yes, after the rework,
and that is his Q.
His kit that closely. And again, guys, also that jungle matchup, going to be interesting to see how the Jarvan 4 and the Fizz matchup, two really different jungle styles, potentially. Fizz going AP Assassin, while Jarvan 4 builds a little bit of a tank, also with huge crowd control for his team, securing as many kills as he can for his carries, while Fizz potentially looks to get fed on his own. Look into this load screen. A gold trim
on the Caitlyn.
Notice me, please, but currently sitting in the challenger tier. A little bit of a difference in play there, maybe joining a
although
team
quite
doing fairly well,
noticeable,
and not doing so great in the solo queue, where it's a little harder to carry.
True. Yes. I think we can all sympathize with the solo queue struggle.
Indeed, all master trims, aside from that one plat trim on Maokai from the blue side there as well. And again, guys, it is the Poontangs on the blue side with El Matador playing from the purple side for this Not So Stock Gaming semifinals matchup.
Seeing some really cool skins coming out, the Warring Kingdoms Jarvan 4 and the Riot Grapes. Forecast Janna, I believe that is a legendary. No, ultimate? No. The ultimates are the 3250. It's 1820.
I think those are legendary.
Legendary? Right on.
No.
No, I thought I thought the
Yeah, the ultimates are the 3200s, and then the legendary is the 18 something. I'm pretty sure Twitch strat.
What are the
Correct us if we're
1350s
wrong.
though? Because the 1350s,
Those
I thought
ultimate?
those were
No,
legendary, and the
I'm so
1820s are.
confused.
It doesn't really matter. But we have Scorched Earth Xerath, Reverse Annie, and Void Fizz. Right now, we should be getting into this game momentarily.
Indeed, and again, guys, heading into round 4 of play. Looking forward to an epic match here. Should be, I mean, a clash of titans is what I'm looking at right now.
Mm-hmm.
Taking a look down, those summoner spells only ignite onto Annie for those side. Again, Janet and Lissandra, I suppose, with ignites for their blue team, so potentially a little bit of additional damage from those summoner spells.
Xerath going with the heal.
Opting for the heal. I was looking for what replace. I thought maybe an
definitely
exhaust, but heal
for
potentially
that.
a good choice for him.
I think he's going to be opting for the heal for the extra mobility that it offers, probably being the deciding factor.
Indeed. It's also, great in those situations where Lissandra bursts you down. She thinks she's got that last little bit of damage. You're like, oh, my heal's out. And look, I got 25 HP somehow behind my turret. Back to base.
Or safety behind his turret so he can pop his ultimate and finish her off.
Indeed, having the range advantage over her, being able to utilize the heal to get back into his turret range, maybe stop her from getting the rest of her damage chain off, and really turning those fights around. We'll see how the healing knight matchup works out for them in the mid lane, or maybe we'll actually see Serath as support Annie into the mid lane. Though double heal in the bottom lane not really effective for
that
them.
could work. Xerath having
it is a really high level of play, so they could synergize that really
a lot of poke and his stun. Potentially. Xerath could, but why take double heal into the bottom lane?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's not as effective with the double heal in the bottom lane, but again, at this level of play, they could coordinate well enough to use it to their advantage. We'll see what they end up lining up for as we get into this game.
And here we are, hitting the rift in this 4th round match of the Not So Stock Open Bracket. Friday evening.
I am going to throw Annie into that support slot while we start up, but again, we will see how they play this. There we go. I believe the scoreboard
does reflect the position. Oh.
We're waiting for summoners to load in the game, though. There we go. The barrier comes up. We've hit the 0-second mark. And, what do you call those entries? The summons, the teleports, the somethings begin. Everybody begins purchasing their items, waiting on Caitlyn and Jan. I know Jan has finished her items. Caitlyn, buy those items quickly. There's the Doran's Blade and the health potion. She'll be making her way out of the base. Looking for those level 1 shenanigans in the jungle here. We'll see what both teams set up for.
That right, Graves is a cool customer. Seeing a little bit of
Sion with that hovering axe.
See the first poke
really
from the Xerath
a ward into turret range. That's
onto
gonna go down.
the Lissandra.
Onto the something.
But that ward put a little bit too close to the turret.
Indeed, not quite sure what she was going for with that one. Just trying to distract this Serath potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Caitlyn and Annie waiting in the river. Caitlyn placed herself into the river bush. Annie waiting by the entry into blue, but she will be spotted out by that blue side ward here.
Yeah, not a lot of level 1 action happening. Both teams opting to just remain on their sides.
Indeed,
Red team actually having a bit better ward coverage than the blue team. You see that there are 3 very good wards all along the middle there.
Oh, Xerath adding a little bit of insult to injury there, dropping his vision or his sight ward from the trinket into lane after the Lissandra. It looks like it has gone down, so I'm not sure if the minute expired or that was also into turret range, potentially handing her 5 additional gold as well.
I believe they all went out because the ones in the river also went out. So
indeed,
that was a time. I believe Xerath placed his ward properly. So we see Sion going for this death, but then proccing his
Yeah, that's gonna be
passive
enough
to
to
pick
finish
up that
off the
level
Raptors
2.
for him.
Yep, you see sometimes they start with the wolf camp.
It's interesting to see that tactic play. We do see Sion is doing it a lot at the higher tier of play, and we are seeing him back into base immediately after his passive expiring. Will teleport out into lane. Looks like the top lane from the blue side has done the same. It's going to be Maokai from the blue
Xerath
tanks.
getting some nice poke. Lissandra almost at half health. Less than 3 minutes in. See Annie getting the stun onto the Graves. Caitlyn getting her Piltover Peacemaker and her critical hit on to the Janna there.
Janna forced to use a health potion here. She was bursted pretty low as Piltover Peacemaker came in after 2 or 3 auto attacks from Caitlyn. Kind of curious why she's focusing the Janna as opposed to the Graves since the Annie did lock him down so effectively there with her stun.
Simply a matter of positioning. Graves is positioning himself behind the turret, the farthest away from the position where Caitlyn can be in regards to the radius of the turret. Caitlyn having to go up there and Janna just being available.
Isn't Jarvan trading blues there? Jarvan goes to the character, Fizz responds with the same. I'm not sure if either side is aware their opposition has done this, but it's going to work out, I guess, in nobody's favor or to nobody's deficit.
Indeed. Piltover Peacemaker landing on the Graves. Caitlyn definitely using her range advantage to push this lane. Sion getting some nice poke onto Maokai with his blow there. See Jarvan coming in for the gank, however not able to. There we see
coming in onto that Fizz. No, escaping from the Fizz as the Serath comes back in. Might go down. Here comes back in.
First Blood
Enough.
going over to the Fizz.
Indeed, Fizz picking up that first kill game. Gonna be happy with a little bit of additional gold from herself.
Maokai getting chunked very low. Graves is stunned, having to dash away, but will Sion be able to pick up? No.
Oh, Maokai with the knock-up gets Sion off just in time there. Graves also getting back in under this turret. Will survive with his life.
Maokai looking to just pick up whatever farm he can with those saplings. Not wanting to get too close to the Sion, who at this point would be able to chunk him down and take him out.
Indeed, we saw that Sion pushed really effectively against his outer turret a few moments ago, but the Maokai was actually down in farm the entire time. Sion doing really well in this top lane.
Yep.
Speaking of doing really well, Caitlyn and Annie in the bottom lane continuing to chunk down the Graves and Janna.
Maokai missing his knockup, but getting the roar poke onto the Maokai. See Annie with her stun proc. We might see that coming into play as Jarvan pinging that he is on his way. Annie get
Sandra also roaming down the river here, really looking to capitalize into the bottom lane. Annie down to 200 HP. They're going to be able to pick up that kill potentially. Sandra does come in, gets the lockup. She goes down almost instantly. Jarvan 4 tries to EQ the Caitlyn, but will not connect there. Caitlyn survives this, at least so far.
but
Serath
will
could be in trouble.
give her flash for it. She flashed out of that.
Indeed, Janna and Graves are really low here, but it looks like Serath also forced out of that fight. We have 4 members of the blue team still in the bottom lane.
Yep. That definitely a well-needed kill onto Lissandra.
Indeed, looks like all 4 members of the blue team. That is the Poontangs. Recall from that bottom lane. Serath returns into the mid lane fairly quickly. Goes for the blue side blue. And I apologize. For some reason, I thought Jarvan was on the red team. Fizz was on the blue team. We did not see counter blues going on. They actually took their own first blues there. I am just crazy.
Yeah, I saw Fizz taking his own blue, but I just didn't. I was wondering what I didn't mention it.
It's
It
been
was
one
okay.
of those days, Dark.
You see now, despite the kill, Xerath getting the stun onto Lissandra, some nice poke there. I was just about to say that despite the evenness of the kills, Team El Matador up over 1,000 gold on the Poontang. That, of course, being look at the Sion farm over the Maokai. He is up over twice Maokai's farm.
Yeah,
He, in fact, has 42,
fairly
which
impressive.
is the answer to life, the universe, and everything.
Sion just got a whole lot smarter with that creep score.
You see the
Rob
Fizz?
in the same position here. Caitlyn actually out farming both of them though right now.
Indeed, yeah, able to just, with that pressure, she backed and picked up the BF sword. As we see
This is huge actually.
the double ganks and the counter ganks, Jarvan should get away with his life. My goodness, and the Lissandra as well, but the Xerath ult coming out to finish her off.
They do get the Lissandra kill, but Jarvan 4 does end up escaping that with his life. Xerath getting pretty lucky, reaching level 6 in the middle of that fight. Was looking for ace in the hole from Caitlyn, but we see her now reach level 6 a few seconds too late.
Indeed. I was just about to say that Graves was only able to pick up a pickaxe on his way back, so Caitlyn very much ahead, getting those critical shots procced.
I'm kind of curious why Graves actually went for that pickaxe. We're seeing him back into lane now with about 800 gold. I suppose he did back a little while ago. He does now have 800 gold. I mean, imagine he would have spent most of it during his first back. Now just having the 2200, making it look like he could have potentially picked up that BF sword. Ooh, Annie around the dragon pit. Careful, ping is coming out. Not quite sure what's going down there, and Caitlyn gets caught out in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Graves level 6 goes before the kill, but the Ignite will finish off Caitlyn.
Janna for the kill secure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Graves
2 for 2
maybe
kills going
wishing
out.
he had waited just a couple more seconds to let that Ignite poke her down a little bit more, because his ult, of course, did have the range to let him do that.
Sion throwing a minion directly through the Maokai.
But
There's one more hole into the tree.
Graves now does have 2 assists. Caitlyn only has that farm advantage. That, of course, why Graves would have had enough to pick up the field sword had he so chosen.
Indeed, Graves actually doing fairly well in the development. Caitlyn sitting 0-1-0, Annie sitting 0-1-1. Graves probably has the best KDA right now.
Well, Janna, that's the best KDA. Technically. Or Xerath, or Fizz. They are
They're
all...
all kind of tied
at
for
2.
first place at 2-0.
Yeah. But,
I guess that's
see the
technically an
Sion,
infinity, since you can't divide by
maintaining his farm lead on the Maokai.
Yeah, he's sitting
now
still
up
about
30
35,
farm.
only
He's
grown
not
that
double.
by 10 over the
He's
last
not double.
3 minutes or so.
But he has increased his farm lead to 30, as opposed to just 24. We see the red team picking up the first dragon, the Fizz ult onto the Graves. Playful
Fizz almost
trickstering
not
away.
making it over the wall there. Graves does
The
fall
Jarvan
out.
out,
Teamfight
falling up.
continues.
They will pick up the kill onto the Xerath. Jarvan being taken quite low, and the Annie will pick up that kill. Caitlyn picking up an ace in the hole on the Lissandra. Janna just getting out of the knockup range of the Sion.
Indeed, a 2-for-2 exchange there in the end, going even. We are still 4 kills to 4. We've
However,
not
the red
seen
team picked
either
up the
side-
dragon.
Oh, indeed. I was going to say, we've not really seen either side pick up an advantage as far as kill score is concerned, but we are seeing a 1,500 goal score, I should say, advantage for El Matador, and they have secured the first dragon of the game, which will give them a little bit of, I believe, damage advantage for that first dragon stack.
Yes, indeed. Sion coming back to lane with a Spectre's Cowl will definitely give them that magic resist against all of Maokai's plays. Maokai only still with Ruby Crystal? I believe that's Ruby Crystal.
Indeed, that is
looking
the Ruby Crystal.
to-
He's looking to get a decent item
Yeah,
as he
there
dives
he
here,
does.
finish off the Catalyst Converter and pick up some boots. Looking like the Maokai going to be going for ROA as his first time, but it will be a bit of a late buy for him. Getting that Catalyst Converter at 11 minutes in.
Yeah, definitely. Rod of Age is something you want to pick up earlier rather than later, just because of its time effect.
normally
Caitlyn
for your
chunking
first
down.
highlight
Looks
around the-
like the red team will be able to pick up their first turret of the game here.
Indeed, that turret should go down. And again, guys, normally looking for your first item of the game, your first completed item, I should say. Between the 12 and 15 minute mark, you're seeing Lissandra actually with the completed Morella Nomicon. She is doing really well in the mid lane, despite being down in farm to the Syrah.
And dying 3 times. But we do see the Graves with the BF sword and boots now coming back into lane. He has an advantage on the Caitlyn. Caitlyn getting some very nice poke onto the Graves here. Graves having to back out. And a Peacemaker will chunk him down. And
Oh, the flash for a little bit more damage, but not quite enough to seal the deal.
but she
Grace
does
hole.
get an ace hole. Not enough.
Oh, that is so close.
Jarvan
Is
in
under the
trouble
Jarvan
here,
War, though.
but
Goes back into the
re-engages,
Cataclysm.
gets the kill onto the Fizz. Well done. And we see Xerath having to back out here as Maokai also coming down from the top lane to put up pressure, but he'll be spotted out by a Pink Ward on the red side, Sion, forcing him to return to his turret, maintain the pressure there. You see the red team has picked up their first turret now. Caitlyn pushing that after forcing Raze to recall.
Blues are actually picking up a kill advantage here for the first time in this game. They are still down a little bit of gold. They're looking at about a 2,500 gold lead now for the red side. They pick up their first turret as well in the bottom lane.
So Caitlyn, after recalling, picked up Pickaxe and Berserker's Greaves. So she's going to have a little bit more of that kiting ability on the Graves. With her range, definitely in a 1v1 added advantage at the moment.
Normally I would question going for your second tier boots before finishing off the IE that it looks like she's building for, but with Caitlyn doing fairly well in this game and being at the level they're at, I don't think I'm in the position to really question them here.
No, Berserker's Greaves is a good buy on the Caitlyn just because Caitlyn is potentially less of a mobile ADC than others. Not having a slow, her slow and her getaway are in one with the 10-pound net,
The 90 caliber.
90 caliber net. So that you know, that's her slow and her escape. So it's mixed into one, and it doesn't exactly have the disengage that other.
There's going to be action into the melee, and the ultimate from the Lissandra not quite coming out quite right, but they do result that in a kill onto Xerath. 4 members of the Poontang rotating really heavily into this mid lane.
Yeah, Xerath without his flash. Yeah, without his flash available, not able to escape that Cataclysm. Sort of potentially regretting that the less than mobile champ, of course, Lissandra with her Q always having a disengage and not always having to burn that flash to escape. But Xerath.
Speaking of disengages, though, we see the Jarvan 4 EQ combo while Graves also slides to safety underneath this turret. Tibbers quickly goes down to that mid lane outer turret, seeing the Janna shield come out. I'm not confusing me a little bit, thinking it was like the inner tier shield coming in. Almost forgetting about Janna's ability to drop that shield on turrets.
Caitlyn poking down this farm very quickly. Janna getting the knock-up onto these minions, but the red team definitely looking to... We see the Lissandra start in, but Annie will actually flash away from that. And they avoid, but the red team definitely looking to get their second turn of the game here. See, they have extended their farm lead to about 2,000. Sion getting some poke onto the Maokai, but taking multiple turret hits. And even more now. But he is up a level on the Maokai. He has, gotten to his level 11 with his second ability ult. We see the Lissandra flashing away now.
Oh,
just
nice
escaping,
and Janna lands onto Fizz there.
Lissandra ulting herself to save her life there. See Sion with the knock-up on the Maokai, just looking to chunk him down so he can keep the pressure up on this top turret.
Yeah, and speaking of Sion, just being willing to absorb turret hits here, he has completed his Spirit Visage, which grants him a huge amount of regen compared to Maokai, who hasn't quite finished off his ROA yet. Ooh, the Annie ult onto the Jarvan 4, gonna get the flash out of him there.
Yeah, and the red team might be looking to start their second dragon. You see the blue team pinging for it. But recalls. Xerath backing. Oh no, Graves didn't place a ward.
Graves and Lissandra into the mid lane are going to be against the Xerath Ani pair. That might be a slight advantage to the blue side, though. They are down about 3,000 gold here, down to 2 turrets as well. That's going to be a 2-0 turret score versus a 6-4 for Killscore, actually in the opposite direction there. So both sides doing fairly well in this game, but El Matador with that gold advantage right
And
now.
objective control. Definitely realizing that kills, you do want kills in order to snowball and have enough gold to then secure objectives.
Indeed, but if you can command your gold from your creep score, from farming just so effectively, you can just win each lane and eventually end the game in your favor.
Jarvan having that Raptor camp buff popped immediately by a nice ward there.
Red side also setting up for Dragon here.
Red team being spotted out by a ward, I believe on the inside of the Dragon.
Looks like they leashed the Dragon, but Sarath goes for the blue buff with Fizz while Annie, I guess, toys with it, trying to prevent blue side from really trying anything crazy there. They will now re-engage, I believe. Yes, re-engage onto the Dragon.
Yeah, Sion with the teleport available, just looking to distract this Maokai. They're off with the poke onto Lissandra.
Caitlyn and Annie pretty much doing this Dragon by themselves, while Fizz and Sarath trying to distract the
Fizz
Poontang.
actually missing
Sion
the
does teleport down. This could be a big team fight.
Yep, and the Fizz ult landing on both the Jarvan and the Maokai, but of course, Caitlyn will go down first. Lissandra.
That's an interesting turn of events there. El Matador losing another team fight here, now 2 for 0, despite picking up the Dragon for themselves.
Yeah, I'm just thinking maybe that Fizz jungle not being as effective as they wanted. Despite his
Janet
ultimate
does go
landing
down.
onto both, but it landed onto Maokai and Jarvan 4. So the two tanks. Blue team taking down their first turret of the game will be the middle turret, Xerath, with the ultimate coming out, trying to pick off Lissandra, but just not having the
1 versus
range.
4, no less.
Missing all 3 of those.
And yeah, looking down the scoreboard here, it seems like the kill score definitely in favor of the Poontangs right now. The best KDA on El Matador being on their strat is 2-2-3, while their ADC and their support are sitting at 1-2 as far as kills and deaths are concerned. Lissandra not really snowballing out of control. She is sitting 4-3-2, but Janna from the Poontangs with that 1-7 score has a, I'd say 90.
Maokai engaging onto the Sion,
kill
popping his
percentage right now.
ultimate, but Sion, undeterred, gets the knockup, and Caitlyn with the ace in the hole picks up the kill.
As Sion screams, kill steal, Caitlyn, kill steal. Caitlyn does even out her score here. She's going to be sitting with 2
At
kills
this
now.
level
for
of play, though,
GS.
they want that kill onto their ADC. Caitlyn, 2-2-1, so, and with her Infinity Edge, and second tier boots. Graves only with his first tier boots, however, Graves with the 1-0-5. Not taking
3
the
more
ball.
action here. Lissandra trying to might get deleted for, but Caitlyn does go down first. Annie could be in trouble as well as Fizz tries to save today. He could now be in a 1 versus 3 situation, being even mortal, but he will actually get out of that with his life while Graves looks to secure a bottom lane outer turret, making things 3 turrets to 2 should he succeed.
Jarvan smiting his blue buff, not giving it over to Lissandra, I guess just to make sure that his who was playing around there.
Lissandra is actually in lane there with Janna assisting the Jarvan 4, so it would have been a little bit difficult for Lissandra to get into range with them leashing there, just opting not to waste time potentially, and with Lissandra doing as well as she is right now.
And of
I
course
guess,
Jarvan
Sarath's
having
actually
mana
more or less
himself.
even things out there as far as items are concerned.
And Jarvan with the blue buff isn't a bad thing, because he uses mana.
Indeed, the early blue buffs on junglers, especially with the jungle change word camps, do a little bit more damage. As much as Riot's said they're going for jungle diversity, there is a more diverse jungle. It is still a very difficult jungle. Getting those blue buffs will be an aid to your junglers trying to stay relevant into these games.
Yeah, I find that a lot of mid laners don't understand that a blue buff on your jungle can also, depending on the jungler, I really like having blue buff on Vi. It just blue buff on Vi allows me to clear all my camps and then gank every single lane because I have that mana regen, unless the gank goes wrong and I get chunked down too low, whatever. But
it really depends on your team dynamics here, and being a 5v5 team matchup, seeing it all go onto the jungler or the mid laner, it can go either way, really depending on what that team is going for. When you're looking at solo queue, it's a lot of a different mechanic where you're needing your blue to try and carry, or maybe your mid laner's doing fairly well. And you're like, you know what, you can use this better than I can.
Yep. Yeah, definitely circumstantial.
Also, guys, looking down this scoreboard again, the Poontangs have actually come back into this fairly effective. They're down only 1,200 gold, despite being down about 3,000 a little bit earlier on this match. They're up 4 kills and down only 1 turret.
Lissandra
does have 2 dragons
trying to
so
engage
far.
onto the Fizz there. He will use his Trickster and get away.
Sion continuing to try and punish this Maokai here. Misses a little bit of damage there. Maokai comes back in, but it's not going to be all that effective.
Sion
already completing that Spirit Visage and the Frozen
Heart.
Heart. There we go.
Yeah, is huge. Definitely wanting to get that protection against the Graves, who now has picked up a Sheen and his second tier Berserker Screws, as well as another dagger. So, along with his dash, he's going to start getting crazy amounts of DPS. And, of course, with his burst, always available. Caitlyn picking up a Brutalizer, might be looking into a Youmuu's Ghostblade for some extra movement speed. Or, I don't see her building a Black Cleaver. She might be thinking of it just for some extra health, though, because she has been consistently taken out by that Jarvan ultimate.
I find that actually a pretty weird pickup for a
Yeah.
Caitlyn. We'll see
definitely haven't
what
seen
she goes for with that one and how it goes for her. I mean, we are seeing them actually get a little bit behind here, potentially. Again, down by 4 kills, but up by about 1,000 gold, still slowly losing that gold lead as the Poontangs really come together again.
Yep.
Actually, looking down the
The
scoreboard,
Dragon
Graves doing
is
really
up
well. He's
in
undefeated
10
so
seconds.
far.
We see both teams sort of moving. Red team sort of trying to position the blue team out of the way for this Dragon, but things sort of happening in the middle lane here. We see the Lissandra trying to engage. She gets her ultimate out onto the Zera, and the follow-up from the Jarvan will pick him off.
We've seen
Maokai
Keyplays
engaging
go in
onto
favor of
Annie,
the
gets
Poontangs.
the
That's
kill
2 for
onto
0 so
her.
far.
Sion is now a 1v5, but Red team picking up their third Dragon.
Isn't Caitlyn really focusing on that objective? Sion using his passive, trying to pick up a kill onto Jen to make it a 3 for 1 on this, but it's not quite going to be effective. That will be 3
The
for
blue
0.
team pinging for the Baron.
They do pick up their third Dragon. And indeed, this could be a really big play coming out from the Poontangs, despite no matter having those 3 Dragon stacks. Baron
Fizz
would be a
does have a
huge
smite down
advantage.
now. However, it looks like it will pop, not be up in time by the time they finish off this
Down to
turn.
half health already. Down to a
And of course,
quarter
Jarvan
health.
has
Fizz
his smite
about
available.
6 seconds away. 4, 3,
There we go.
2, Baron is down. Fizz does not get there in time. That is a huge play for the
Definitely
Poontangs.
the right call there. The red team thinking that they could get away with a sort of a distraction for their third Dragon, but definitely should be regretting the Baron going over to the blue team now.
Look at over at Twitch chat. Seems like Purple side was definitely favored earlier on in this matchup, but after that last play, Poontangs picks up the gold lead. They've got a huge kill lead. They're only down by 1 to turret, and they have that Baron advantage right now. This could be a huge turnaround.
Team
for
El Matador in trouble now. The only thing they have to worry about is the Maokai Sion top lane. We see the Fizz ultimate does land, and
And he comes in to make sure that kill is safe, but it's already going to go down. Lissandra still roaming up into the top lane, though. Does have Anna Twisted and Jarfar, as well as Graves coming in not too far behind. Red team will fall off, though we could see their top lane and turret going down, evening out
we
this
see the Fizz flashing away from the Jarvan, but we will see Lissandra, and the Graves picks up the kill on Danny. Sion now facing free, but he is just so tanky and able to get out of there. Fizz's recall is interrupted by the Janna ultimate, and Sion will go down here.
Sion not playing the brave man, leading blue team away from the Fizz, but leading them right to that bush where Fizz was trying to recall. Nearly cost him his life, actually stops his back, forces him to walk all the way to base. It's going to cost him this inner tier turret for sure. They might lose the inhibitor turret as well. Caitlyn and Fizz will be there to defend. Serath should be as well.
The Xerath ultimate
But
coming
we'll
out,
see.
forcing Graves to back off this turret, forcing all of them to back actually. Lissandra and Janna quite low.
Yeah, that Seraphol quickly cleared out the minion wave.
But Caitlyn
But this Caitlyn gets chunked
gets
down.
locked out. The Annie picks up the kill onto Janna, but will be taken out for her trouble. Graves now 4-0-9 is huge with his Phantom Dancer and IE able to get those DPS critical hits. We see a disengage now, but blue team now firmly in control of this game as they even up the turrets 4-4.
Indeed, with a double purple sided kills right now and even a turret score, despite those 3 dragon stacks being onto El Matador. Again, that first bear going over to the Poontangs. Poontangs have a pretty solid advantage now. I mean, we saw them come back from about a 3,000 gold deficiency. They now have about a 3,000 gold lead. We'll see how El Matador responds here. If they can manage the same here, or
So I kind of like what
if the Poontangs
I kind of like what
happens.
Caitlyn's done here with Naomi's Ghostblade, because Jarvan is now going for his Randuin, but we also see Lissandra and her Zonias. Maokai just became a Spirit's Visage, so Maokai does not have that tanky armor yet, but Caitlyn will have picked up a Sheen, so she might be going for a Static Shiv or a Phantom Dancer next. Maybe a Phantom Dancer just so she doesn't get locked down by any minions, because she has died quite a few times to lockdown. She just did a couple minutes ago. So
Yeah, we'll see if she can really use that to turn this around, or if maybe it's going to be a last-ditch, last-hope item that's really not going to work out in her favor.
potentially, I don't know. Well, we will know.
Indeed, only time can tell here. These guys are all playing at a really, really high level of play. So seeing them, try something potentially a little bit newer, a little bit different, there's likely a reason
Caitlyn
for what they're doing.
Is
The
gonna.
Emus does get popped there.
Yeah, and she is able to escape. The Xerath out coming out onto Lissandra, ulting herself to save.
Oh, canceling Ace in the hole. Well, I think it was on a really short cooldown though. Can be
But
healed again
Caitlyn
fairly quickly.
gets her in the end.
Sion taking pressure there, but Jarvan 4 goes down as well as 2 for 0 in favor of El Matador. They pick up the Maokai as well. Graves and Jenna trying to escape this, being locked down a little bit by this Wrath. Caitlyn trying to get the poke
Graves
out of
having
that.
to flash away there.
Members of a Matador chasing down this Poontangs survivors, looking for this mid lane turret while Tibbers begins to tank that. I mean, we were just talking about turnarounds. They've now evened out the gold score again, coming back from a 3,000 gold deficit.
And they're looking
This
to chunk
matchup.
down their first inhibitor turret here.
You saw blue side try the same again, forced off. Fizz taking a little bit more damage than he wants.
Having to back out. Janna popped the
Low.
ignite on him.
This could be a bit of an overstay. Though it seems like El Matador will survive the fight and manage to potentially get all their recalls off safely. Though blue side picking out a dragon play. here
Dragon
potentially, as
is
it
up
is coming up in 20 seconds.
in 15. Yeah. So, and yeah, red team probably not able to recall and be back in time to contest this. Although we do see that Fizz is on his way. Caitlyn actually does not have to recall at all if she doesn't want to, but she's going to pick up this Nagle Fire. So Fizz might be looking
The
to.
blue team all over this dragon. Now, it would be their first. Fizz coming into range. If he can troll pull in and get the smite, but no, he decides to back off that. Hand the first dragon
Definitely wise
for
there.
blue team over there.
He would have been. I don't think he would have been able to get into range and smite it off, and would have just died. So
It would have been a really
blue team
difficult
with
smite
their
for
first
him to land.
dragon. So, but they are in full view of the red team. The red team did a great job of warding. After that,
They will have that timer now as well.
yep. So we see the Baron is up in 45 seconds. So blue team have knowledge of that. We see the red team is now getting vision of the Baron pit. So I don't know if they have the timer. But if they do, definitely looking to make sure the blue team does not pick up a second Baron. As we saw with the Baron buff, blue team was able to just dominate, except for, and I think by the time that team fight rolled around, the Baron buff was gone. Or I could... Correct me if I'm wrong, Twitch chat. You were paying better attention than I was. We see Sion maintaining the pressure onto the Maokai. Maokai doing a good job. With Twisted Advance, re-engage, but Sion gets the knock-up. And gets Maokai almost down to half health. The Fizz ult fizzling, not connecting on anything, but Graves being poked down quite well by the Xerath. Oh my goodness, the Xerath poke getting Graves too low. He should recall. We see the red team actually starting the Baron. The blue team is picking it out now. But it looks like the red team will secure this. The Janna will go down to Caitlyn. Just getting those critical shots, critical hits. Poking her down. Caitlyn up 76 farm on the Graves. So even though the Graves has a great 4-0-9 KDA, Caitlyn just sticking in there. She's now picked up a Phantom Dancer, you know, for that extra mobility, but also making sure she doesn't get knocked down by the minions. Minions OP all the time. See, the red team has now increased their gold lead. Increase their gold lead a bit, not by almost 2,000. 1,900, 2,000, 2,100. So, and they have amazing ward coverage of the top blue side jungle. So, Sion rotating up there to start that farm. They're going to be wanting to get this top side going. The blue team actually pinging for this middle turret now. So red team definitely out of position. We see Sion recalling, and Caitlyn. So we'll see if Fizz and Annie keep pushing on this. Hopefully Sion and Caitlyn will be enough to deter. We see the Xerath does land the stun under the Graves, and the Caitlyn ultimate hitting the Jarvan will take him out. Lissandra getting locked down under the turret. The Xerath out, coming out. Will he be able to get the Graves? No, he flashes away and gets away. But Caitlyn with the follow-up double kill, triple kill for the Caitlyn. We see Maokai engaging onto the Fizz. The Fizz ult will land. Maokai now being very low, but Fizz picks up the ace. And the red team are now barreling down on their first inhibitor turret here. It will be chunked down. The inhibitor soon to follow. They have the minions in the top lane going. Minions not too far off in the bottom lane, but no, they're going for the Nexus turrets. This could be game. We see Jarvan is up, but he is immediately stunned by the Xerath, having to go back into his face. This is the Nexus. This is game. Good job, Team El Matador. We see the last second kill from the Xerath onto the Lissandra. And the Nexus goes down.
Indeed, what a game that was, guys. Purple side had their advantage early on, lost their advantage, and regained it again there, ending that with about a 12,000 gold lead in the end. There we go. We have our victory screen. Red team wins. Do apologize, the stream dropped momentarily there. Not quite sure what happened. Just hiccups every now and then. Every now and then. Again, guys, that was El Matador emerging victorious over the Poontangs. Though the Poontangs will have one more match play in that bronze match facing off against the winners between Inertia Gaming and Meta is Hard. Or the losers of that game, I should say. As, of course, we will have the winners of that matchup facing off against El Matador in the finals matchup here this evening. Just going to take a quick look and see who we have from Inertia Gaming. If it's any possible for me to get ourselves into that matchup. Take a quick look over at Meta is Hard as well here. Not recognizing any summoner names from the first one, but I do have Ha'am Atlas on my friends list here. They are in their game still. Going to move ourselves over to that other semi-finals match. Actually, only a few minutes in here. Alright, so catching this at the very end of Spectre. I'm not quite sure what they banned at. We will have a Morgana support, Graves ADC, as well as LeBlanc in the mid lane, Hecarim for top, and a Mumu. A jungle for the blue side, that is... Let me scroll up here real quick. Inertia Gaming, as well as looks like Aurelia, top lane, Jarvan 4 in the jungle, Annie Snow Nami support with, who is that for their ADC? Can't tell from the minimized graphic here, and a Nami in the jungle. I apologize, as their mid laner, Tristana as the ADC, Nami support, Annie mid lane, Aurelia top, and Jarvan 4 as the jungle. For the purple side here, that is Team Meta is hard. And again, guys, we are into load screen here, heading into our second semifinals matchup for the evening. Looks like we have another mainly challenger master tier team on the blue side facing off against a mainly diamond platinum tier team from the purple side here. And again, guys, it is Inertia Gaming on the blue side with Meta is hard on the purple side here. Alright, and we have a hit of the Rift. Welcome back, Brick. This is our other semi-finals matchup. It's actually just getting itself started. We have Inertia Gaming on the blue side, and Team Meta is hard. On the purple side, you just missed a few more Challenger Master tier trims coming in from the blue side, and all those Diamond Platinums on the blue team. I apologize, the purple team. Hoo-ha! And it actually looks like teams, aside from the Morgana and the LeBlanc, as well, I guess the Nami and Tristana need to be switched around. That Tristana icon just looks so not like Tristana to me. There she is, a little bit bigger on the side there. As like it looks weird. It looks weird.
They changed the splash art twice.
I know, right, Riot? Rito, what you do?
The new rework actually really cool though.
And we're seeing some Ibumu in the jungle.
And we see another Graves. So it'll be interesting to see the Graves Tristana matchup. Graves definitely going to be wanting to get that early game advantage. The Tristana late game, very scary.
Indeed, Tristana still scales really, really well into the late game. Looks like both sides content for a defensive start here. Neither side really setting up for any kind of invade. No huge presence into either side of the jungle. Not really looking for any kind of strong level 1 shenanigans here. We will see a Mumu setting up for his Krug camp, while it looks like Jarvan 4 will be starting on the Gromp on red side.
Yep, Gromp definitely looking for that. I mean, Jarvan going for the Gromp on the blue side so he can pick up that blue buff for the sustain he's looking for.
Alright, and the Gromp camp, as well as that Krug camp, having to share out. Ooh, LeBlanc getting a bit of poke onto the Annie, but stunned down for it.
Yeah, and he's stunned with the range she needs to get that LeBlanc once she's returned to.
LeBlanc and Annie both getting down to half health. We're seeing a teleport come out from the Hecarim. He will have started on a Jotun camp for the early level 2 there. Mumu getting really low against her. I believe he did smite that down for a bit of a health bonus at the end though. Going to initiate onto his Raptor camp, so I'm not sure he can handle this.
Definitely just looking to pick off maybe 1 or 2 of those little Raptor things. Or all 3 of them.
Look at that health regen. He might finish off Jarvan 4 in the wing. Looking like he might go mid, might go for some counter duel. Mumu does finish off the Raptors. Manages actually to end up with the same amount of health, and the Aurelia getting punished in that top lane though. Down to 200 health, forced out under her turret.
Yeah, Hecarim definitely having the ability to, I guess with that early level 2 level advantage over Aurelia, just... Too much
He does have
presence.
a full level over her right now. So
The Dark Binding landing onto the Tristana, she will be immediately jumped on and burst down. The Annie getting chunked down really low by the LeBlanc there.
Looks like a movement with a slightly better clear speed than Jarvan for her, despite his first back going out earlier. I guess Jarvan 4 did go for that early action into the mid lane, though. We'll see how that affects them here. I'm picking up a full camp above Jarvan right now. That might actually be 2 camps.
Ah, true, yes. And with the... Oh, I forget. It just gives you the AoE smite. The Ranger's Trailblazer, that's right. You actually have yet to see anyone really pick up the Poacher's...
That's another Dark Binding option, followed up by the successful Graves gets the burst as well, gets the Black Shield. Nami tries to force him off there, will be successful, but Caitlyn takes a huge punishment. Jarvan 4 also waiting in the wing here for his first gank into the bottom lane. Graves and Nami extended, Graves and Morgana extended fairly far. Rocket jumps in. The knockup comes through from the Graves flash and a heal coming out there.
And Morgana escapes. Seeing the Hecarim getting wonderful pressure onto the Irelia. She's up 10 farm on
Gets
her.
punished for it.
Yeah. Really being chunked down really low. Hecarim not at this point really able to tower that. Huh.
Indeed, it's still very, very early in this game. Only a 200-300 gold difference between the two teams. Nami almost comes in onto the Morgana there, but thinks a little bit better of it. Jarvan 4 attempting to solo the dragon right here.
Mumu getting the lockdown. Will it get Annie here?
That
The
should do it.
will not.
Oh, the health potion just enough. She finishes that. 15, 10 health. That was so close, but first blood does not come out.
Definitely a health potion saving her life there despite the ignite.
Nami also getting really low. We see the heal come through.
Yeah, will be saved by her ADC there.
And again, guys, this is our second semi-finals matchup here tonight. The timing for these matchups making it so we can actually get in at the very beginning of both semi-finals here this evening. The winners of this matchup will be heading into the finals to face off against El Matador. Of course, the semi-finalist teams here are Inertia Gaming.
We see the engagement. Nami will go down. First blood to the grave.
Indeed, a great engagement there as the Mumu comes into the bottom lane for that. I believe that's the first blue side gank in the bottom lane. Hecarim gets the heart onto Aurelia and it slowly depletes.
He will re-engage. Get the throws its ignite and the ultimate will be enough.
We're now seeing a 2 for 0 kill score in favor of Inertia Gaming. They're doing really well here, controlling their lanes.
Hecarim definitely. The Jarvan comes in, will stop the Graves recall, and Tristana will pick up the kill, re-engaging onto the
double kill here,
Morgana.
maybe, yes, Jarvan 4 walks away, hands Tristana the double kill. And they even out the kill score just like that. It's anybody's game again, but a move into the mid lane. And the
Just
Tibbers
walked out
really
onto
cover
the
that.
Annie. The ignite will go, and Annie picks up the kill onto
She
the Mumu and
picks
picks up the double kill.
A huge fight there.
And
for
with that,
Annie,
the
a
red
really
team
good
starts
play.
the first dragon of the game. Looks like they'll be able to pick this up with some proper.
It looks like Tibbers and Jarvan 4 are going to be more than enough to tank that while Annie and Tristana hammer away on him. It's going to be the first dragon of the game going down there. 2-team meta is hard as they pick up a 2-kill lead where they were previously down 2 kills as well. They've evened out the goal score here. Actually picked up about a 200 gold lead for themselves again despite being down only moments ago.
Yeah, a great turnaround of events here. Graves picking up clearing up all the farm here. We see the Morgana just poking out the Nami. making it so that her ADC is free to farm. You see Amumu picking up his red buff, going up to the Raptor camps. The Raptor buff, very useful, just nice to have that buff just so you can spot any wards on your way to ganks. You know? It's just because
Oh, the
your
sweeper from Nami.
sweeper is
Speaking of
your
wards
sweeper
going
depends
down.
on you picking out, and you know, if you think a ward should be placed here, but they put her somewhere else, and you miss it, that Raptor buff just gives you that guaranteed knowledge that you have not been spotted, so that your gank will be a surprise.
And again, both sides going for vision control here. After Nami sweepers the ward into the bot lane bush, and Amumu spawns one out with a vision ward as well. Bit of a team fight into the bot lane. Morgana forced to use Black Shield on herself there, but it's going to be a 2 versus 3 situation in their favor. No, 4 versus 3 as LeBlanc roams in.
Nami will flash away, avoiding the Amumu bandage toss. Very good, saved her own life there with a proper preemptive flash. Most people sort of hoping to get away without having to use it, and then, you know, flashing afterwards and probably still dying. Preemptive flash, just enough.
Yeah, the lower tiers of play, we see that happen a lot. Not quite using the flash to their best advantage, but Nami gets bursted down
We
really
see
efficiently.
that
Cost
Graves
does
burst.
come out from the Morgana, but it's not quite enough to secure the double kill here.
Graves, even with just a BF sword, just massive amounts of burst damage.
Like,
The Dark Binding not
I thought that
enough.
was gonna land, but not quite long enough.
The Amumu picking up that blue buff, definitely useful for Amumu with, forcing. Is that a dash or a flash from Graves? No, Graves still has his flash.
Looks like Graves actually finished his recall there.
Oh.
Tristana getting the damage in the last, I believe, 0.75 seconds. It won't actually stop the recall unless it's a crowd control effect.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they introduced that somewhere near the end of
But doesn't
season
that
4,
also
I
mean that they can recall out their base, and if you have enough damage, you'll kill them? From that last hit? Or will the last hit just not hit? Like if you get an auto attack off.
That's
Will
a-
it connect at your base?
That's a good question. If you've hit them once,
I
they
think
are
I've killed
within
people at the
range
base.
as they recall. We're gonna have to test this out someday. But back to the Magic Hand, Aurelia forced back under that turret as Hecarim tries to come back in. Tristana also looking at a recall here. Hecarim back in under that top laner, has a decent chunk of health. There's gonna be more action in the bottom. They also comes out from the Nami here.
For
Morgana
safe
getting
herself.
fairly low. And Tristana making her way back towards the bottom lane. Nami comes back into that lane. Hecarim is still with that action in the top lane. He has a 25 farm advantage over the Aurelia right now. Looks like it's going to be the biggest lead in the game right now.
Has already picked up his phage, but also third level boots. Picking up the home guards, definitely utilized with his E out of the base just to get you right back into the game. Hecarim actually picking up his first turret of the game.
Yeah, that's going to give Inertia Gaming about a 1,500 gold lead here. They're down 1 kill, but have secured that first turret. I believe they secured the first dragon for themselves as well.
The first dragon actually went over to the red side. So we see Hecarim with a teleport engage onto Tristana. We see him engage with the ultimate. He will be able to pick her down. Nami in trouble now. Will go down to the graves.
That's going to be a big play for the blue side.
Huge. Hecarim picking up a kill and an assist. He
Annie
now...
and Jarvan forced into the ball here, but we have 4 members of Inertia Gaming. They might still be able to secure this turret at this point in the game. Jarvan 4 does get really low, gets deleted by the LeBlanc. Hecarim stuck under the turret as Tibbers comes out. Will go down there, but still 3 members of Inertia Gaming hammering away on this ball man outer turret. It does go down here. 3-2. There we go. It does go down
LeBlanc
here.
will get... And Annie
Flash to avoid
flashes
that
out of the Dark Binding. Morgana with some pinpoint Dark Bindings in this game.
Yeah, looking back over this scoreboard here, we're now having a 3,000 gold lead for the blue team. That last rotation, really big for them, worked out really well in their favor.
Yes, indeed. Just with a...
Morgana spawns out
3,000
the vision
gold
ward
lead.
there, takes it down from the pixel bush.
But Irelia will not be able to trade. So no turret trades as of yet.
Yeah, she was
Blue
looking to
team
secure that
doing a
top lane
great
outer
job.
turret in
Inertia
response, but the minions going down a little bit too fast to the turrets. Hecarim trying to connect here. She will be forced to stop her recall. He should reconnect. This might be a kill from him. Look at that
Massive
damage.
damage from his Q. Of course, he's because he procced his Sheen passive, so that's where that huge damage came from. Not his own abilities, actually. Morgana, spotted out by the Jarvan, will immediately hit the Dark Binding there. You see the dragon pop up. The red team are looking to pick up their second dragon.
I feel like they could have capitalized on that Morgana a little bit better as Jarvan 4 had the Dark Binding Dark Binding wear off. Could have potentially EQ'd in, secured the kill on Morgana. But they should still be able to
Graves
get the
does
dragon.
not.
Picks it up, gets the ultimate onto all four. Tristana tries to escape, but it's not going to be enough. LeBlanc with the double kill, and Mumu goes down here. But he secures it right, gets 3 for 2 for his team, 5 pro 4 for 2. Annie,
Will this be an ace?
do you think Annie goes down here? Hecarim,
Hecarim should have the speed.
And he comes back in, throws the damage. Not going to be enough. That is an
A
ace for 2.
wonderful
And Mumu picked up the dragon.
Black Shield. Word. That was as well as the blue team could have hoped for, even though Graves missed. He tried to last hit the dragon, or maybe he knew Mumu was in range to get that
Mumu did
last hit.
that really well. I think
So,
he actually got this smite and
just-
wall bandage tossing into range. Ooh, Graves stuck under the turret though, could be in trouble. Gets a huge burst on the dragon, completely turns his fight around and picks up the kill.
Graves has a motley collection of items. It looks like he will pick up a Yomu's, but also with the pickaxe and the BS sword, just crazy amounts of damage. He's 4-1-6.
Yeah, that execution is getting a little bit of extra gold here, but he's, again, 4-1-6, as you just said. 25 farm up.
Is he gonna
On
pick up the
that
Yomu's here?
Tristana, I don't understand the itemization, but he's doing so well.
No,
you
he picks
really
up the
can't
Infinity
question it.
Edge. So he goes for the Infinity Edge. He is now quite ahead of this Tristana. Exactly how he wanted this to go. LeBlanc picking up the blue buff.
Indeed, Tristana falling 2 kills and just over 20 farm behind. Is a little bit farther behind than she really wants to be. I mean, she could be down 1 kill, down about 20 farm at this point in the game, and still be doing alright. But as we're ending the laning phase,
She's
we're
also
15
down a
minutes
turret.
in.
I would say, in terms of if you're going to compare it, she's also down a turret.
Indeed, she is down. Actually, 2,000 gold under that Graves right now. He has a fairly sizable lead.
We see Amumu and LeBlanc deep in the red team's jungle.
Gonna
No,
knock
they
the
go for the
Graves
engage,
off.
getting the 2-man stun with his ultimate. Graves will also burn
Graves
his
picks up
ultimate.
the Jarvan there as he throws Buckshot. This could be the first inner tier turret going down. I
Looks
believe
like
this will be the first inner tier
blue
turret going
team
down.
having enough damage. The bandage
the
toss
maximum
landing onto
range
Irelia
toss.
under the turret.
Binding comes through as well. That, yes, will be a kill as
I
Graves
believe-
dashes back in.
I believe Graves just flashed back in there to secure that kill.
Indeed, his flash
Yep.
did get utilized right there.
Yep, flash back in for that. Definitely not a bad use of your flash. A lot of people view flash as something as an escape, but you know what?
Using it
If you use it for a
offensively or
proper
defensively
engage, you
can go
don't
well.
need an escape.
Indeed, and we are seeing blue side 16 kills to 7, 4 turrets to 0. Though 1 dragon to 1 right here. Blue side definitely has a sizable advantage, sitting 10,000 gold
We sort of see
above the
this-
opposition at 17 minutes into this game.
We sort of see this as the more common sort of game. You see them start, although we saw the blue team, they did get first blood, but then the red team did pick up those 4 kills. But
Indeed,
the
when you
blue
see
team
first blood,
picked up kills, and then picked up objectives, and are now ahead. And objectives, gold, farm, kills. As
Indeed,
opposed
the
to
way
we saw
this
in the
game
last game,
Went, it was a
where
little bit interesting.
the blue
normally you
team
see-
had sort of killed, they were in the lead for kills, but the red team had objective control and farm, but we're losing out in those team fights until the end when they finally.
Indeed, and again, statistics really say that the first blood, if you get first blood, there's a 60% chance you're going to win that game. There's also, if you get first turret, there's a
Irelia
66% chance to win that game. A huge fight.
and
there, picks
Jarvan
up
melted.
2 kills there.
Those two, but if you look, those are 2 champions that are supposed to be tanky, but Jarvan has not even completed his jungle item. So he
finishing it
just
right
did.
here
He
as
just
goes
did.
down. That's an unfortunate situation for that Jarvan 4 to be in. And to finish the sentiment from earlier, picking up Dragon first gives you, I believe, a 55 to 65% chance of winning. So seeing first blood and first turret going over on the blue side, but first Dragon being responded to by the pro side, it looked like it could have been a much, much closer matchup, but blue side really coordinating here, doing really, really well. And we see Hecarim picking up another turret as Aurelia tries to get into contest against him. But Hecarim sitting 5-1-2 is going to be a really strong force in this game.
I didn't realize that Trinity Force passive applied to turrets. You could see that Hecarim was spamming his Q there to proc that.
The additional damage, indeed.
I didn't realize that affected turrets.
Blue side sweeping the bush while they all try to back here. Looks like they think better of that, looking to catch out the Jarvan 4, but he will stanchion in the bush, spotting out a Mumu in the grapes.
Yeah, we see recalls from the Hecarim. Maybe looking to pick up a Youmuu's Ghostblade himself. Definitely would be effective, as the speed boost from that also adds to his attack damage. That's Hecarim's passive. The faster he moves, the harder he hits. As they say, and he does pick up a Youmuu's, probably going for a Randuin's at this point. I've seen picking up one Clawfinder before heading out. Randuin, great for Hecarim, just because he has the his ultimate. Once he shoots in, he fears everyone. But if he also pops his Randuins at the same time, you get AoE slow. He's got, and then he could soak up their damage with his W, which I believe also gives health to him.
Indeed, synergizing the ultimate there with the Randuins as they come up the cooldowns here. They're really locking your opponents down a little bit longer than potentially they really want to be locked down, controlling that fight for your team. Speaking of control, that's another blue side Dragon going down, that one going
Second
down
dragon?
uncontested. Red side looking to set up for Dragon, but it's already gone here.
They are 2 levels for the very important bit. No time for you to get your farm. You're late.
Little white rabbit going down that hole as Dragon goes down. Baron now onto the map here for the last 1 second. Dark Bite comes in, but not quite able to connect there. Again, guys, we're in a semi-finals match here. Inertia Gaming on the blue side with the meta is hard. On the purple side here, 18 kills, 6 turrets to 0. A 13,000 gold lead.
Yep.
As we've just passed that 20-minute mark for Team Inertia Gaming.
Yeah, this game's firmly in their favor. I personally don't see a turnaround coming. We see blue team pinging for an early Baron. The red team not really in position to respond to this. The Baron is already at half health. Red team is moving towards it, but it will be too late.
Dude, that is huge DPS coming out from Team Inertia Gaming. That is a
The Nami getting locked down with a Dark Binding.
Down.
Morgana will flash in with the Black Shield for herself. And
The bubbles connect onto 3 there. Hecarim moving so fast. They're chunked down. The Tristana nearly picks up that kill instantly. Annie now getting chunked down here as he comes in under the strike.
will have to back out. LeBlanc going in deep there, trying to pick up trying to get that last little bit of damage. Tristana taken so low.
They're going to proxy farm that wave as they do have red side minions at the mid portion of the mid lane right now. They do have 2 waves built up. They're going to be able to get a little bit of pressure into the mid lane here, waiting maybe for those Baron and Power minions to really come back and looking for a regroup here.
Hecarim just so fast getting to his blue buff in seconds, but passing it. Not picking it up though. LeBlanc moving there, probably will pick that up now.
Yeah, looks like he's heading in as much pressure as he can into that top lane while red side is focusing into the mid lane. Dark Binding connects onto the Aurelia, but Jarvan 4 also in range here. Cap comes out onto the he ends up in a 1 versus 4 fight quickly going down there. Morgana now going to be in trouble. The ultimate comes out from the Aurelia, and Jarvan 4 finishes the job.
Yeah, we'll see how that turns out for the blue team. Red team should be able to pick up their first turn of the game here. The LeBlanc trying to deter, but unsuccessfully just gets...
Grim nearly backs it, but thinks better, but realizing that trading the outer turret for the inhibitor turret likely a good trade for them.
We see the Jarvan is approaching fast, but Hecarim will be able to take that inner turret. Definitely a huge trade for them. And the Graves actually going in,
Picking up a
taking down
second one there.
their second. 2 inhibitors exposed.
Yeah, this Baron buff really playing into their favor this early in. Again, they're 19 kills to 9, 2 Dragons to 1, 1 Baron to 0, 8 turrets to 1. This has been a very impressive game for Inertia Gaming. Looking forward to our finals matchup, where I think we're going to have Inertia Gaming facing off against El Matador. Though we could see an upset here. We could see Meta is hard really regroup, turn this one around, but it's going to be hard for them.
Yet we see Hecarim putting pressure now onto this middle inhibitor turret. Will be deterred, but we see 4 members of Team Inertia heading down into the bottom lane, looking to, I guess, make a move on this exposed inhibitor. Nami picking out a pink ward doesn't really matter, Nami. You should get a pink ward to your inhibitor. Go to that pink ward. Because it's going down just with those Baron buff minions that cannon pounding from the back.
Down here. They will secure that first inhibitor of the game. Dark Binding, ooh, that does connect onto Nami, I believe.
Nami showing up from her ward clearing just to get locked down. Thanks for showing up. No offense. Just...
Side looking to try and regroup. It's still 5 versus 5. Blue team looking for that last inhibitor. Though the top lane inhibitor is still on the map, we could see one of them try and backdoor that. I mean, Hecarim and Graves both have huge amounts of AD damage. They can put that out fairly quickly.
Hecarim actually with huge amounts of mixed damage. With the Trinity Force passive, but also the Youmuu's and his Q, just able to keep attacking and proccing that. But also picking up a Frozen Heart with the mana and armor he needs to just keep going. Of course, also getting mana and health from the Trinity Force itself. Definitely a highly useful item on lots of champions. Irelia only with the Trinity Force and upgraded boots herself. So
looks like Hecarim is moving in for that inhibitor. Will be assisted by Mumu and Graves as well. As their Morgana Wall of Blanc initiates onto the mid lane inhibitor turret for their team. Bell's gonna does catch the Mumu.
LeBlanc rotating now. But, Mumu getting a 3-man ultimate. The Jarvan will be bursted down immediately by the Graves. The Irelia will have to flash out of the LeBlanc range, but Annie will go down here to the Graves, and Jarvan, Irelia also to the Graves. That is a triple kill, quadra kill.
Looking for the shot. Hecarim more than happy to dive it.
That is just an ace.
LeBlanc picks up the ace. Graves not gonna be happy for that one. They were all in for that Penta, but the surrender comes out. That is the semifinals going in favor of Inertia Gaming. So again, guys, we're gonna have Inertia Gaming in our finals matchup here, facing off against El Matador. Just looking for my invite into that game. And again, guys, team Meta is hard will also be facing off against the Poontangs in the bronze match, determining the 3rd and 4th placed teams for the evening. Again, guys, heading into our finals matchup here. We will get that bracket posted back in the Twitch chat again for everybody. Just looking to get my invite here as we get our finals game set up. Should be an interesting matchup. 2 mainly challenger tier rosters coming into this finals match for tonight's Not So Stock Gaming open bracket tournament. Again, guys, that was a blue side win for our second semifinals game here. Inertia Gaming with the victory over Team Meta is hard. I mean, we have Inertia Gaming versus El Matador for our finals match on the stream this evening, while we will have Meta is hard facing off against the Poontangs in the bronze match tonight.
Graves going huge in that match, 11-2-9, picking up a Youmuu's and a Last Whisper, despite there not being that much armor on the red side, except for Tristana. We see maybe that was a last-minute troll buy. Don't know why she's got so much armor there.
Indeed, not quite sure I should go for the double chainmail. So there was a huge amount of damage compared to them. A Guardian Angel would have been a much better investment for her.
I think that was just when she was at the her neck.
Then again, she went 3-4-3, did pretty well for her
Mhm.
team. Looks like Nami and Jarvan 4 really got punished that game there. And Aurelia didn't really outperform the way that Hecarim seemed to do with that 5-2-4 kills, but then 200 and nearly 50 farm. Almost a solid 100 farm up on the Aurelia. Did really well in that game. I mean, we saw Inertia Gaming really come together, really dominate that matchup. They were looking for that final slot.
Yep. Just Hecarim going. We saw that after picking up his Phage, he picked up his Mercury Treads plus the Home Guard enchantment. So you can see the farm differential. Just Hecarim able to return to his lane extraordinarily fast and just maintain lane presence to keep snowballing his own farm advantage.
Indeed, was a very strong game. Hey, it's Faxon. Anybody paying attention to the lobby chat there? I asked if Faxon is still a TSM sub, but technically. I know, right? Oh, Senjutsu with a little bit of troll into the chat. Uh-oh. Seems there's gonna be some property disputes here as I try to claim Faxon for my own. Senjutsu.
Oh.
What?
What? What?
Maybe I'm a little bit crazy here. I guess that's why Twitch chat didn't really respond. I swear, Faxon will. Maybe I'm confusing teams here. Ah, yes, indeed. Faxon played for it's coming back to me slowly.
Wicked. Yeah, Nocturne definitely a strong pocket pick to those who know him.
Yeah, I remember the team Faxon will dominate playing previously. Not sure why I was associating him with a Ninjakin there in the TSM subness. Don't know where my brain has been, but the play we've seen coming out here, we're seeing two all challenger rosters for this finals matchup. It's a pretty easy mistake, I'd say.
Yep. Well. Yep.
Aside from us not being LCS casters, this is the Not So Stock Gaming challenger matchup. Again, guys, heading into our finals matchup here. I was gonna say waiting on one more summoner. No, we are waiting on one more summoner. Esports lawyer, being the coach slash manager for Inertia Gaming. All right, guys. So as we get ourselves set up for champion selection, me and Brick gonna take a quick break here. But as we get back into the action, so as that speculative period expires, or maybe as we get into champion selection, we'll see how long we are. We shall return and we shall showcast that finals matchup for you.
Summoner's Rift.
Sorry for the silence there. We are into this finals matchup of the Not So Stock Open Bracket Night. We see a Rek'Sai in the jungle. That'll be interesting to see her and the amazing amount of map pressure that she can exert with that ultimate. We see a deep invade and some wards from Team Inertia into the red side. So we are going to have a Lulu in the top lane, LeBlanc in the middle lane, Rek'Sai in the jungle, Jinx on ADC, and Morgana support for Team Inertia on the blue side. And on the red side, we have a Sion in the top lane, Sejuani in the jungle, Ziggs middle, Graves ADC, and Janna support for Team El Matador on the red side.
Indeed, really strong champion selections. The biggest question in my mind right now is the Lulu versus the Sion top lane. I think that goes in favor of the Lulu, but I'm not nearly familiar enough with that matchup. But I'm seeing actually Morgana and Jinx in the top lane right now. We have a lane swap right here.
Seeing some LCS style plays going on between these two challenger teams. See the LeBlanc engaging onto the Ziggs. Not a whole lot of poke there. Does have a slight health advantage right now. See how that matchup goes between them. Rek'Sai picking up that red buff, going straight to her.
Sion starting on the Wolf camp there. Will get his level 2, meaning he should be heading directly into the bottom lane, assuming that the Janna and Graves do stay in the top lane. Also, it's interesting, we have a double lane swap here. The ADC support from both teams heading into that top lane, while Lulu just heading down to the bottom lane. I believe she may have started with the game as well. No, she helped Rek'Sai with that first buff. She will be entering lane with level 1, while Sion has reached level 2 already. May have a slight advantage down there.
Indeed, Lulu having to teleport there after helping out Rek'Sai in the jungle there. See that the Jinx and Morgana have put some early lane pressure, pushing the Janna and Graves back under them. So
Graves going to try and punish Jinx for it here. Morgana not having a Dark Binding, able to connect us. There were minions between her and the Graves there, but she's trying to come around. The ward does come out from Janna.
But the knockup,
well. Morgana continues to get punished, but lands the Dark Binding on
Jinx
Graves.
getting some nice poke there, but Graves going hard onto the Jinx, dashing forward. The slow from the Janna will come out, both of them backing up. We'll see Janna picking up the first blood onto the Jinx here. Graves coming back, re-engaging on the Morgana, who's forcing the way there.
Not quite able to see that second kill onto Morgana, but really well played by the Janna and Graves here. They came back from being pushed against the turret. Graves was maintaining even farm. The Jinx and Morgana overextended time, but here Janna comes back in on the Morgana. Graves not quite in range to really affect that kill there. He does get a great farm advantage though into the bottom and has picked up that first blood. Assist gold. I guess well Janna picks up a huge gold advantage in the bottom lane though. Lulu might be in trouble with Sion taking a huge amount of damage as well.
Yeah, Lulu I think took a turret hit there, which chunks her quite down, wanting to avoid this Sion shield, which does go off, burst her down. She is in trouble here. Sion will pick up the kill.
Oh, but Hecarim, no Sejuani. I apologize. Standing under a blue side ward here. LeBlanc gonna try and poke him down a bit, just say, hey, I see you're there. Also, Jinx heading into the bottom lane here, having just been taken down in the top lane, will be contesting against the Sion, looking to reverse the lane swaps here, try and get a bit of advantage for their team, despite being down by 2 kills right now.
LeBlanc being chunked down by the Ziggs there.
Yeah, that was a great trap placement for him to actually land that onto the very mobile LeBlanc.
Indeed, we'll see how the lane swap matchup will go. We see Janna heading down into the bottom lane. So we see if Graves is heading down to follow her. They are choosing to force this Graves Jinx matchup, which, as we saw, worked out for them once they were able to re-engage. Definitely looking to be in favor of Team El Matador starting out. As we're saying, teams picking up that first blood have a 68% chance, but we see the Dark Binding landing onto Janna, but not able to have any follow-up, as says Sejuani That was
She
it.
gets the slow onto the Morgana there. They're not getting a huge amount of damage, but the Q comes out. Oh, not able to connect onto Morgana there. But we are seeing great coordination from the pros here. That is Team El Matador against Inertia Gaming, of course, on the blue side. Inertia Gaming having lost their bottom laner, that is Delulu at the time, as well as losing Jinx in the top lane, reversed their lane swap, and within, I'd say 30 seconds to a minute, we had El Matador responding, sending Graves and Janna back into the bottom lane, Sion back into the top lane, keeping things even for their team.
Yep, they are just forcing this matchup. Graves landing some nice poke, and he starts his ultimate. He will get it, and Lulu will interrupt his Q though very nicely, but he does get the knockup. She is in trouble. Will he be able to finish off? He is taking turret hit. No, he is forced off. Lulu doing a great job of polymorphing Sion just as he was about to do her. Having to wait those, getting those crucial few extra steps farther towards the safety of the turret.
Looks like Janna might be going for some roam here, might be going for additional ward coverage, looking to ward that dragon indeed, going for the early dragon ward here, looking to really control that for their team.
Lulu just picking up level 5 now. Sion being slowed, but Lulu is continuing her forces the flash, but she flashes. Will she? No, she has to back off this. So a flash for
with the health potion, Sion
very
stays
happy.
alive. They're not forced to utilize his passive there. Even with his passive, I don't think he would have quite had enough to really finish Lulu off. There would have been a bad situation for him. So seeing him survive is really great for their team.
Yes, indeed. Lulu, I thought that she would be in trouble there, engaging into him when she was surrounded by his minions, but they just didn't have the effect that I thought they might have.
Yeah, but despite Lulu actually winning that last fight, Sion's up over 25 farm on the Lulu right now, doing really well in that top
Even
lane.
though you see that he does have one death, that was a death to a jungle camp.
He taking down the early wolf camp for his level 2.
Yeah, you can see that blue team doesn't have any kills up in the top, so. Sion getting pressure onto this top turret. See, the Graves is behind in farm through the Jinx now. He's picked up double longsword, so he might be going for an early brutalizer. Trying to pick up a Youmuu's for his first item. Youmuu's
He is
fairly
forced
popular
back
item
a little
on
bit
Graves.
early. Just trying to get the best itemization possible here for himself. We have seen Youmuu's picked up quite reliably by 80 carries in the last few matches, so you could be right with that assessment. Also, Jinx with the double Durance, but looking to get a little bit of additional sustain for herself in the lane. She is up in farm, but actually down about 100 gold under the Graves.
So we...
Rek'Sai caught out here, could go down, but Sejuani with the igniter. Rek'Sai tries to come back in, gonna get punished, but the other comes in from the Ziggs, but Rek'Sai stays alive as his shield comes in from the Lulu. LeBlanc trying to punish Ziggs, but gets punished herself here, does reconnect.
But a very nice Lulu ultimate will give LeBlanc the extra health that she needs. Rek'Sai very low, kind of backing out here. Nothing but that one kill.
Graves with a nice juke onto that Jinx poke in the bottom lane though. And that huge skirmish in the mid, only resulting in
Jinx
the
has
Sejuani
actually
going
picked
down.
up level 6 ahead of the Graves, so we'll see...
Janna kills, that the
pick up
Q
level
connects,
6.
looking for a flash monsoon maybe. They're not gonna hard engage here. Exo Rek'Sai getting pretty low in the jungle, but LeBlanc will pick up that blue buff.
Yeah, Lulu just steadily trying to make sure that Sion, who is successfully out farming her by 26, I don't know. Janna poking down the Morgana.
Graves looking for a play here. Sejuani looking to come in. There is a blue side ward in that second bush, but Sejuani's not been spotted out yet. And again, guys, we are in the finals matchup for tonight's Not So Stuck Gaming Open Bracket Tournament. Watching two all-challenger rosters right now. Purple side does have a 1,000 goldie with that one kill lead, as well as Sion doing really well against the Lulu in the top lane. A matchup I thought might have gone in her favor.
Yep, indeed. Sion with that early level 2 just had the advantage he needed, and he got an early kill. Graves dodging the Dark Binding. Morgana will flash in for her ultimate. The Monsoon and Graves Flash will get him to safety. He's able to pick off the Morgana, and a Zigzag comes in here. We'll see if Graves picks up the double kill onto the Rek'Sai, but will go down himself to the LeBlanc.
Ziggs making his way here. This could be a 4-for-1 trade. We could see LeBlanc as well, though no 2 for 2 so far, but the fight does continue. Janet goes down next. Ziggs now in trouble as blue team ends up with 4 members in the bottom. And Sion choosing not to utilize his teleport here. No, not having it available currently. A big play for Team Inertia Gaming. That evens out the goal score. They could pick up a turret here. Sion might succeed in changing the top of the turret, but I don't think this early game he's really going to have the pressure he needs to take that down compared to the 3 members of Inertia Gaming currently on this bottom lane outer.
Yeah, Rek'Sai realizing that this turret will go down.
I do misspeak. Sion quite successful finishing that.
Yeah, he will probably be looking to pick up a Spirit Visage on this back. We'll see if he is able to. Yep, he does. So
need another fairly early Spirit Visage coming out here from the
we
Sion.
see him teleport to this dragon here, so red team immediately responding by picking up the first dragon again.
Indeed, they even things I hope by taking down that first turret for themselves. Well, we saw the goal score actually deadlocked. Picking up this first dragon in the game, despite blue team being up by a kill, I'd again call this one even.
LeBlanc chunking down the Janna. Morgana taking out that ward. Always good to have that pink ward that you see in the blue side jungle just outside the dragon pit.
Indeed, really great placement of wards coming out from both teams in this match. Of course, it's more or less expected at this level to play. Great ward coverage from both sides, great ward clearing from both sides as well. As we did see the Morgana utilizing the vision ward to clear out this site ward placed behind the dragon pit, trying to, really gain control of that dragon area for the next dragon coming down. However, action in the Rek'Sai gets deleted. Sejuani gets pretty low here. Jinx trying to pick up, Janet comes in from behind. Jinx does secure the kill.
And we see the Zigzag coming in onto the Jinx. The Dark Binding will not be able to land, but we'll see if Jinx is not able to finish off the Janna.
LeBlanc trying to close the gap, though gets the ultimate with the double distort, the Janna ultimate. That is going to be the Monsoon. I think not quite connecting LeBlanc, but deterring her advances. Janna and Graves will survive that fight.
Yep, very crucial ultimate coming out there. LeBlanc trying to engage onto the Zig, but misses her binding.
Yeah, Ziggs played that one really well with his turret.
Sion chunking down the Lulu, down to half health. Lulu not really able to respond because Sion has that Spirit Visage, has that health regen, and the magic assist that he needs to really dominate her in that room. Blue buff will go over to Ziggs.
Jinx and Morgana in the top lane, but the Dark Binding doesn't quite connect onto Sion. Would have been a pretty strong play had that landed. I don't know if they would have secured the kill, but with Rek'Sai coming in behind him, Sion starting the back end. Morgana really looking for this. Sion stops the recall, may have spotted out, no, has not yet spotted out this Rek'Sai, but Sejuani also on top of the map is being spotted out by blue team wards right now.
Sion will be caught out here. Flashes out of the Rek'Sai knockup, but he will be hit by the Dark Binding.
I believe he ultimated back into Rek'Sai there by accident, looking to probably escape with his ultimate, but going into Rek'Sai, again, that could have been intentional, but I don't really think so.
At the end there, not even able to stand on and eliminate one of Rek'Sai's tunnels.
Also, a bit of a decent exchange in the mid lane as Ziggs gets fairly low against LeBlanc with Graves and Janna coming in behind LeBlanc. She jukes herself back towards the turret, will survive the fight. Morgana missing in the Dark Binding and is only on the top lane as well. But it looks like Jinx will secure this turret for their team.
Sejuani peeling away. Jinx looking to follow up here, does land her slow. But the red team is going to chunk down this middle turret. And will now 200, just 100 goal ahead, very even. So
Indeed, blue side with that 2-kill advantage, while purple side has that 1 turret advantage, is keeping the gold score fairly even here. I mean, Sion does have about a 20-30 farm lead in the top lane, while Graves has a bit of a farm lead in the bottom lane as well. Ziggs again over LeBlanc, so overall farm in favor of the purple. So again, that 1 turret, a little bit of farm, evening out their goal score despite being down by 2 kills right now. Sejuani trying to defend this mid lane turret while the Lulu and LeBlanc chunk it down. We have Graves coming in with the Ziggs as well. They will save the turret, but not really lock down the LeBlanc, the Jinx, nor the Lulu, where they would have been able to secure potentially a kill for their team.
some pretty fast farm clear from the Ziggs and Graves. Graves using his buckshot, but the Jinx also with an Infinity Edge and the AoE from her rockets.
LeBlanc roaming at the top lane here, looking to relieve a little bit of pressure for her team. While Sejuani also heading up towards the upper half of the map. We have about 4.5 minutes, sorry, 3.5 minutes
And
until a Baron
Sion.
becomes available. We did see an early Baron in the last game.
So I just like to point out that blue team has a deep tank ward in the red team's top jungle. We see that the Sion ultimate missing, Jinx having to flash away. Maybe wouldn't have had to. Actually, did get the Black Shield from the Morgana. But that deep tank ward, we see that placed a lot, and it's interesting how a lot of pathings will just not go through that push.
Indeed, but speaking of jungle action, Graves quickly gets the lead there. Sejuani tries to come back and tries to effect a kill on the Rek'Sai, but Rek'Sai will escape that with her life. As anything into damage here, LeBlanc comes in, a little bit of a juke back out. Ziggs still think that it does go down into the Lulu, a 2-for-0 exchange here in favor of Nurture Gaming. Make that 3-4-for-0. Sion in there all by himself. Now gonna try to find his way out, but I think
This will
is
be
going
an
to be an
ace.
ace.
Sion getting locked down with the Dark Binding, not able to do anything with his passive. Red team quickly moving towards this middle turret. We see Graves reaching now, but too late. The turret's taken down. He's just going to hover and pick up this farm. And that was an amazing turnaround by Team Inertia.
Yeah, that was a huge play for Team Inertia. They picked up the ace, they got a turret out of that. They went from even gold despite being ahead in a couple kills to a 4,000 gold lead right now.
We see the Rek'Sai ultimate coming out, and she moves to... Oh, just going to stay in this bush for now. We see the Graves walking. It is a face check.
Oh, but Rek'Sai chooses not to engage on that.
Pretty smart. The Ziggs, they are now starting their second dragon. So they should be able to pick this up.
The dragon will go down to Sejuani. A well-timed smite coming in there from El Matador's
Smite is
jungler.
not the last hit, though.
Really?
It wasn't.
It looked
It was
close.
very- it was, but,
Oh man, she managed to last it despite the smite. Wow. Alright, so back to the action, a bit of a siege happening.
sorry, as
Into
a
the
jungle
mid lane.
main, I noticed those things.
Yeah, it looked to me like she landed it, but if she, well, you know, was a little bit off after the last hit from the auto attack there. Also, the timer has come up for Baron. Just 10 minutes and 5 seconds.
1 minute and 5 seconds.
Indeed. My accuracy here tonight has been a little bit interesting. We have about a minute until Baron comes up here.
You see the blue team maintaining some excellent pressure here on this middle turret. But they also have both other lanes pushing. So definitely some great map control here. And they're probably looking to stall off until the Baron spawns and then move to the Baron pit and start and force fight there.
Indeed, a big fight around that Baron pit. Assuming you win it really sets you up for a great early Baron. Of course, Baron, where we see a lot of throws occurring though, so we'll see how both sides decide to play that as it comes up.
Yeah, we've definitely seen Team El Matador have a great objective control in their previous matchups. Team Inertia definitely on the consistent getting the kill, snowballing the lanes, and securing objectives from there.
Indeed, in the semifinals matchup, we saw Inertia Gaming do really well and get a huge lead over their opposition. While in the other semifinals matchup, we watched El Matador actually seesaw with their opposition, getting lead, losing it a little bit, and then coming back for a solid victory. So we'll see if Losai can continue to grow this, or if Red Side is about to come back, because Jinx gets caught out. It is a
But the
5-1
Sejuani ult will
5-4.
lock her down.
Jinx does go down fairly to Sejuani, taking a huge amount of damage as well. Gonna absorb most of that 14, though Janna gets locked down here as well. Gonna flash out of that.
Yeah, definitely with their ADC down, Team Inertia is in trouble. Lulu being taken quite low. Graves will pick up the shutdown, but is chunked down and taken out by the Rek'Sai in return.
Overall, a decent team fight there for El Matador. Really not going in favor of Inertia Gaming. That they did try
It
to
is
turn.
a
They are
2-for-1.
still trying to turn this one around.
And they got a shutdown.
And
so extra
even
gold
going
there.
even when you're behind, I'd consider that a one-team fight. So getting a 2-for-1, a great play for Team El Matador.
Definitely worth
The
getting.
Super comes out, but not gonna connect. Unfortunate for Jinx.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting her first was key because Jinx is huge right now with Static Shiv, IE, and Berserker's Graves. Graves only has the IE, but he does have Berserker's Graves home guards. He just picked up items. That's why. And a Brutalizer. So he will be going for the Onis next.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what the third item Jinx will be building here. It's going to be whether she goes the Borg, Bloodthirster, or Youmuu's route. There's potentially a Phantom Dancer as well for a little bit of additional move speed and the crit damage, especially
Jinx?
with Static Shield already.
Jinx might go for a Bloodthirster next. Or a Last Whisper.
Morgana using the Sight Ward to clear out this Vision Ward, assisting the Jinx, taking down the Scuttle Crab as well, getting a little bit of additional vision control for their team. They now have complete control of the Baron area. They could try for a play, but being only about 3,000 gold ahead here, it's a little bit too early to say they really have an advantage at going for that, as Purple side is still in a great position to respond to those plays.
Jinx should build a Last Whisper next. Sorry.
That would be
For
a
the
big
just because the Scion, is well on his way to, it looks like a Frozen Heart potentially, as well as a Randoms.
There's a fair amount of tank coming out from the
Sejuani
Orla
is
here,
very
while the
tanky.
team only has the one a real tank, aside from Lulu, who's going to be building a little bit of HP, a little bit of armor, and magic resist, and has a great kit to mitigate damage.
See the Black Shield coming out from the Morgana onto the Jinx as Ziggs with his poke and ultimate chunk people down. LeBlanc trying to respond. The Jinx ultimate comes out, only connects with the Sejuani though. Pretty tanky now with the Giant Spell and the Cloth Iron, not really that affected. The Scion ult coming out, the Rek'Sai ult trying
Rek'Sai in behind, ends up in a 1 versus 5. This could be
create a
trouble for him.
sandwich. The Lulu ult actually coming out huge on the Rek'Sai, but she will still be taken down by the Graves. LeBlanc trying to make something happen here will be knocked up and shut down.
LeBlanc goes down next, and Morgana taking care of her. She does go down, so leaving only Lulu and Jinx for her team.
It's a huge fight for Team El Matador, picking up a 3-0. Ziggs clearing out those Rek'Sai.
Yeah,
Tunnels.
after that Rek'Sai death, it was really an opportunity for Inertia Gaming to start cleaning up that fight, but they weren't able to capitalize. They weren't able to pick up the first kill, really start cleaning up Team El Matador from the engagement. Rek'Sai going in a tiny bit too early. His team responding.
His team
really
actually
well to
responding
that.
too late. Her team,
Well.
Rek'Sai's,
Yeah, so
her
I'm
team
saying Rek'Sai
responding
went
actually too late.
Rek'Sai went a little bit early. The distance between her team and where she engaged just was too great. Her team could not respond in time, but the response time was still fairly impressive. They saw her go in. They were like, we need to do something. They tried, and it didn't quite work out for them there. Team El Matador nearly evening out this gold score again. We're even in turrets. El Matador now down only 3 kills
Blue
in
team
this
actually
matchup.
pinging for this dragon, which is now obviously the teleport from Scion coming out. So we'll see if his teleport sandwich technique will be more effective. He actually has Graves with him. We'll see. But the LeBlanc is actually engaging onto the Graves now, and she will take him out.
He nearly secures the kill onto her as well, but that will be a kill in favor to LeBlanc. The second kill actually does go onto the Morgana, though. A 1-for-1 exchange overall. This huge fight down the river around the Dragon Pit. Sejuani goes down next. Thought it was going to be Scion. Scion does go down as well. I believe Zig is going down. First, actually, will be the double kill for Jinx. Scion's passive finally gets activated. Janna somehow
He
still
should be able to-
alive and in this
Oh,
fight.
nope.
Rek'Sai might go down, but Scion gets locked down by the LeBlanc, and Rek'Sai will survive that with almost no health
One
remaining.
more hit would have taken her down. Scion, definitely, probably furious. That team fight.
Yeah, Inertia Gaming really turned this game back into their favor. You're now up by 6 kills as opposed to 3. They pick up a mid lane inner turret and secure themselves again a 3,000 gold lead here. I'd say they could try to set up or start to set up for a Baron play. We're getting to that point where it's, you know, a more plausible objective to take, but it looks like they will recall here. Look for one more big play before they really go for a Baron.
Yep, definitely. You see how the team fights will swing. This team fight, Graves taken out at the beginning, going in Team Inertia's favor. You saw the last fight that went in Team El Matador's favor. Jinx was taken out first, so ADC's going huge in this game. They actually both are carrying their teams, although LeBlanc
I'd say
also
LeBlanc and
with
Morgana
very...
are actually the really on-point summoners in this match for
True.
the blue side, but Jinx has
Jinx
a really
as well.
great score.
She
Whether
actually
that's
went
because
for
Jinx has
a
been
Guardian
doing
Angel.
really well for herself or because Morgana's been doing really well as a support for her is hard to say, as you do have that duo synergy in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we see Janna being caught out here by the LeBlanc. Tries to take stuff with Monsoon. Slashes actually to the back of the pit. The Cyan ultimate comes in. Rek'Sai will be...
No,
will
Morgana goes down
escape.
first, and Rek'Sai ends up living through that one way or the other, at least for the time being. Jinx, with her Guardian Angel still active, is at full health. Lulu ends up going down, though. Rek'Sai looks like he should get his LeBlanc thinking better of trying to re-engage his fight, while red side, I believe, is going to look for a mid lane turret that's responding with their first inner tier turret as well.
My goodness, Rek'Sai has been getting the luckiest escapes. Should have been taken down by the Scion passive. It's interesting to see why Tyon is taking this turret.
It's going to be a really quick turret for them. Blue Team finally being able to get back out here. They did lose a few members in that last fight. Looking at these Rek'Sai tunnel placements, huge control to the blue side, upper half of the map here. Great plays from both sides coming out here. We did see red side, that is El Matador responding, taking down the blue team. Inertia Gaming mid-tier inner turret. We are now once again even in turrets, with El Matador only down about 2,000 gold. As we approach the 30-minute mark here, neither side yet has managed to secure a Baron, but Dragons, I believe, are 2-1 in favor of El Matador.
Yep. They, I believe, got the first 2 dragons. Inertia just responding now with a dragon of their own. But interesting to see when that's back up. Currently not yet a timer on the dragon. However, we see blue team looking for vision control of this Baron. But Janna picking out that pink ward and the Rek'Sai Gunner.
I thought Lulu was going to go for a play there against it, especially with Morgana so close in range. Morgana does go behind that Baron pit, drop a sight ward back in after Janna clears out the vision ward. Red side now pinging towards that bush. Janna potentially thinking it's cleared out of ward. She has not swept.
No, that
though.
ward was actually placed right on top of the red side ward, so it was spotted. Yeah.
Good call. Janna pinging out that there is actually a ward in that bush, despite her clearing out the vision ward.
Yes, indeed. Blue team actually with also great vision of the red team. Bottom side juggle. Jinx looking to poke down this bottom inner turret. The Sejuani will deter her.
Jinx throwing a bomb, clearing out a little bit of minions there, getting the last of the wave down as this team relieves that pressure.
I'm actually seeing quite amount of even heal in terms of the farm for each team. The only real discrepancy between the Ziggs and the LeBlanc, however, the LeBlanc more than making up for it with her KDA.
Indeed, bottom lane only a 5 farm difference. Ziggs and LeBlanc about a 20 farm difference. Top lane looking like it's going to be about the same. But again, this late in the game, 20 farm, not the largest difference here. They are down 4 kills, up a little bit of farm, even in turrets, up that 1 dragon. As far as the purple side is concerned, they are down about 2,000 gold still. From that, of course, blue side in the opposite situation. They're down a little bit of farm, up a few kills, even in turrets, of course, and up a tiny bit of gold for their efforts. Again, guys, this is the finals matchup for tonight's Not So Stock Gaming open bracket tournament. We have 2 complete challenger rosters playing in this finals matchup. It has been really intense. We're 30 minutes in, and I still consider this game deadlocked. I have no idea which way it's gonna spin.
No, I currently can't say. It looks like a Rek'Sai recall. Oh my goodness, LeBlanc just took out the Graves. It looks like Team Inertia will be able to then just barrel up the middle here.
Indeed, that's
Force
how the
pressure,
last
and then
fight in their
maybe-
favor started. Also, a little bit of inertia hype.
Actually, they're gonna go pick up their second dragon.
Evening out the dragon score. That will be uncontested. Red side looks like they might make a move for Baron, but they're not gonna set up for that. Would have been a huge mistake in my opinion trying to set up for Baron without their Graves, especially this early on. Sejuani sets up for her her Krug camps, while Sion leaves pressure in the top lane.
Yeah, because of the Sion Sejuani double tank, they just wouldn't have the damage that they need to chunk the Baron down without the blue team catching them.
Indeed, I think blue team could have secured Dragon in time to still rush up the river and intercept or interrupt the Baron attempt, especially because of that lack of damage with Graves being down. So
For
a
sure.
great call there, Sion getting his pressure into the top lane here. Sejuani getting a little bit of additional gold per herself as well.
So we do see Jinx pick up a Last Whisper after her Guardian Angel, so
A good call there. And Guardian Angel, a great item on an AD carry, especially in the situation she is. If she goes down, it's going to be a lot of gold onto her purple side carry.
for sure. And definitely that Guardian Angel, you know, that being able to come back into a fight after being focused, you know, and possibly that couple seconds where
Ooh, Rek'Sai onto the 6. He tries to jump away, but LeBlanc's going to engage. Janna is there to try and save the day. Graves also going to be in. Rek'Sai could be in trouble here.
you see lots of slows coming out.
Oh, he's
Rek'Sai will
forced to
flash away.
Meanwhile, Jinx and Morgana split pushing up this bottom lane. I don't think anybody is in range to respond time. No, Sejuani stopping and recall might be able to get there, but with LeBlanc also heading towards the bottom lane, this could be the second inner tier turret for Inertia Gaming. Sejuani does get their Sion also ready. The Dark Finding not quite able to connect.
The Ziggs ultimately coming out even before then, possible defense.
Indeed, a great response there from El Matador. I thought that turret was gone, but they get there and they secure this turret on the
LeBlanc
map.
going hard onto the Graves, unfortunately not able to get him. Janna will be locked down there and flashes out of the Super Mega Death Rocket.
Her ultimate goes off. They're just keeping her alive. Healed down from the Graves as well. Lulu going to be the first to go down in this fight.
Being picked off by the Graves.
Huge
We
plays
see
and
the
amazing
Sejuani
responses so
engaging
far.
onto the
LeBlanc
just the
goes down, but
LeBlanc
LeBlanc is still alive here. Sejuani and Sion trying to engage Graves. Gonna take the Jinx poke into the face.
You see, LeBlanc is still in the back here. If she engages hard onto the Graves, he is going to be melted right down. But
Rek'Sai goes a little bit harder. He might get punished for it. LeBlanc does pick up a kill on his Jinx. Jinx has her Guardian Angel available still. The shutdown does go on to that. LeBlanc though, Dark Binding comes out, hits a minion. Sion trying to deter the Morgana Jinx. Parry the choppers come out, will stop the engagement. Ooh, I was gonna
Graves
say,
almost
Graves
going
twice,
down
the
there.
torch does go
Sejuani
down.
will go down.
A teleport from Lulu. There's going to be Lulu coming back into fight. Morgana does go down here. Jinx having Guardian Angel proc. Lulu back into the action though.
Graves far too low, trying to go around the side here, but he will actually be pinged out and have to back away. Sion in trouble.
The Guardian Angel and the Lulu teleport synergizing so well. Their side ultimates to save to the very last possible moment. Graves also surviving that fight. Still a huge fight. Amazing plays from both sides and a great turnaround. As it looked like blue side might have finally lost that fight in the end. Lulu comes back in, the fight just lasting a little bit too long. She gets the teleport off and turns it back around in their favor.
Indeed, we see Jinx now picking up a BF sword, probably looking for that Bloodthirster final item just for the sustain that would have really helped her in that fight. Although the Guardian Angel, of course, doing its job quite well. Ziggs spawning out a blue team ward there. The blue team vision of the red side jungle now completely gone. Except for there is a couple blue team wards in the bottom side lane. One
Looking
in
at
the
the map right now, with all the actions that are occurring, not a lot of wards placed onto the map. The Death Rocket comes out, does not connect. The Tether comes out from the block. That will be a kill onto the Janna. Well played there by Inertia Gaming. Looks like they could set up for a Baron play. They do clear the first sight ward from there. They clear the second ward. They do engage
They
onto the
will
Baron.
start.
Teleport coming out from the side. Graves and Ziggs as well as Sejuani all in range here. Baron down to half the ultimate because Ziggs a little bit early.
But the Sion ultimate
well.
will not connect on anything. You see Graves coming around from the back, but Jinx gets the shutdown. Sion in trouble now despite his tankiness. The Jinx with the last whisper is just able to chunk him down. Picks up the double kill.
Do need to avoid the Sion pass here to keep blue team alive long enough to maintain this fight. Rek'Sai does get locked down, but that will be a successful play for blue team. As a Matador came in interrupting the Baron, I almost went as far as to call that a huge blue team throw, but instantly Janna and Graves went down, and all of a sudden blue team was in control again. Inertia Gaming really grabbing this game again.
Yeah, indeed. We see the Rek'Sai coming out. Super Mega Death Rocket with
Huge
the
play by
snipe
Jinx.
onto the Jinx. They should be able to put pressure enough on this middle turret with only having the Janna. Oh, the Graves is up now though, so they have to back up. You see Rek'Sai picking out the vision there. It'll be interesting if they try to start a Baron. The Rek'Sai will
Rek'Sai
start
has
the Baron.
Only Lulu really low here. Ziggs down for another 20 seconds. I think they've got this one. I mean, Janna is in range. Sejuani and Graves not too far away, but Morgana and LeBlanc doing really well here. LeBlanc looking for the engage, gets the tether onto the wrong person though. LeBlanc goes down. That's going to be unfortunate because they do secure that Baron though.
But Graves picks up a double kill. So both ADCs playing a huge part in this game.
Red side pinging out Dragon here, looking for their third stack on Dragon. Getting that movement speed buff would be big for them. But blue team getting minion buffs from this Baron is going to be huge. Well, speaking of minions though, look at this bottom lane, a huge wave coming out from the red side. Graves gets spotted as he tries to come down for this bottom lane inner turret. Rek'Sai and Lulu are there to respond.
Yeah, Graves needs to be very careful dashing away though, but we'll see if Rek'Sai can catch up with him. However, Rek'Sai does burst down Graves so fast. Graves trying to re-engage on the Lulu, won't be able to. Jinx picking up the kill on to the Sejuani, and Rek'Sai with a double kill onto the Sion. Not what red team wanted. Blue team definitely turning this right around here. Rek'Sai engaging right onto the Ziggs, not worrying about anything. Ziggs chunking her down himself, but Super Mega Death Rocket will not connect this time.
Oh, that was pretty close though. Ziggs walking a few seconds longer than James predicted there. Will begin to recall safely. And then looking down at this scoreboard, 28 kills to 19, still 4 turns to 4, but a solid 7,000 gold lead for a team in Inertia Gaming here. It looks like they have taken control of this game. We'll see if they can secure their victory here. Orbital Matador is going to find a way back in.
And the first inhibitor turret inhibitor of the game go to Team Inertia.
That's a very quick inhibitor going down there as we have 4 members of Inertia hammering around the 5th member not far away either.
Yeah, that Baron buff coming into play in a huge way.
Indeed, the way they've changed Baron coming into Season 5, once you get that, your ability to siege is just huge. And especially with the damage potential that Team Inertia Gaming has right now. They've done that very, very well.
Indeed, with those long-range cannons, you can actually potentially have a situation in which you can poke down the turret without any risk.
Indeed, the cannons not being into turret range while able to attack the turrets. If you can distract opponents and leave that wave alone, you can actually pick up turrets without even getting near it, without the minions even taking damage from those turrets. It's a really interesting change that Riot enforced here.
Definitely making objective / Baron control. It's a great way of breaking those potential stalemates in which you are ahead but not enough to get a 5v5 under tower fight, team fight going in your favor. It creates a situation where the enemy team either has to respond or lose their turret.
Speaking of response here, a huge response from Matador into the bottom lane here, while Team Inertia Gaming tries to pick up this bottom lane inner turret. LeBlanc comes in a tiny bit late, I think. Rek'Sai getting fairly low here. Neither team losing any members quite yet, but again, Rek'Sai continuing low. Will it exit that fight with his life, though?
Yeah, Rek'Sai being chunked very low, almost taken out by the Graves ult. Graves now with the Youmu's and a Last Whisper. Able to chunk right through that Randuin Dharma. But Rek'Sai has picked up Thornmail, which, definitely works against the Graves. And
we are seeing that turret finally go down here. Great defense by Matador, but not quite up. And oh my god, the Graves gets chunked down by the Shin. She is a powerhouse. Picks up the double kill on the Sojourner.
Picks up the triple kill.
Goes down onto the Ziggs. Janna escaping that with her life, comes back.
Quadra kill.
We will see the Penta
Jinx.
in the finals matchup. That is Jinx.
Goes.
From Team Inertia Gaming, this summoner Evan RL with the Penta in the Challenger only finals matchup for the Not So Stock Gaming Open Bracket Tournament. That is the game.
Amazing performance here from Evan RL. Is this even RL? Did that happen?
16-10 Jinx. The 8-3 14 LeBlanc. Huge carries from Inertia Gaming. An amazing finals matchup. I had a great time shoutcasting the semifinals and finals matchups for you guys. Apologize, we didn't have casters for our earlier matches, but you did get to see those matches play out. Again, guys, that was Inertia Gaming on the blue side in our finals matchup here against a team.
El Matador on the red side. Again, big congratulations to the winners, Team Inertia. Jinx putting on a great showing tonight. But you see the Graves as well, just with those deaths, not able to have as much of a presence as the Jinx did, only going down twice.
You know what? I'm going to go as far as say I don't think I've ever seen a better finals matchup from a Not So Stock Gaming tournament. That match was intense. That was amazing. That was 40 minutes of pure action. Until 37 minutes in, it was deadlocked. And then Inertia Gaming,
was anybody's game.
They came out on top. They really secured their victory there. They worked hard for place number 1. 5 rounds of play in tonight's tournament. But again, guys, that does conclude tonight's tournament stream. So we will be signing off for the evening. Again, congratulations to all of our top 4 teams leading both our main event as well as our secondary. This is Dark Corps
and Brick Panzer
signing off for the evening.